Chapter 1260. This time, Yi Xian was going to descend directly into the depths of the great mushroom empire, catching the enemy off guard. Of course, the living creatures along the way were all killed by him as extra income. Half an hour later, Little White arrived in the skies above the depths of the great mushroom empire. Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, how dare you come to my great mushroom empire's territory? You're walking right into a trap. A shout rang out. Below them, thousands of experts from the great mushroom empire had already gathered. Among them, there were 3 king mushrooms. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and found that apart from these 3 auras, there was another mysterious aura that was stronger than the 3 king mushrooms. It seemed that this was the king mushroom. The king mushroom seems to be in that big mushroom, Yi Xian's projection in the planting space said. Good. Let us out and kill them all. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier was already rubbing his hands together. No rush. Let me have some fun first. Yi Xian sneered and had Little White descend quickly. At the same time, a stream of light shot out from his hand. Storm of Swords. This move was Yi Xian's true killing move. Last time, because he underestimated the enemy, the Shenming Duo demons used the dual dragon roar of ice and fire to blast it away, so it was wasted. This time, there were thousands of soldiers from the great mushroom empire below, and there were still people coming from far away. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to kill to his heart's content. Feast of Slaughter. When the Skyquake sword transformed into 1,000 blood swords, Yi Xian also activated this divine skill. Feast of Slaughter. With every person killed, Yi Xian's strength would increase a little. Now that there were so many soldiers from the great mushroom empire below, if he killed them all, his strength would at least double or even triple. In an instant, the 1,000 blood swords turned into streams of light and shuttled around the thousands of soldiers. The Skyquake sword had its own consciousness, so Yi Xian didn't need to control it. However, the Skyquake sword's killing speed was very fast, and its attacks were fast, accurate, and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 mushroom people had fallen. Yi Xian's strength had doubled. Haha! Your opponent is me. When the 3 king mushrooms saw this, they were prepared to completely shatter Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly and charged towards the 3 king mushrooms. Previously, it was a little troublesome for him to deal with Monarch Shroom, a 4th-level Fulfillment Realm cultivator. Now that his Feast of Slaughter was constantly improving, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 3 of them. If all the mushroom people died, then Yi Xian would be able to kill the 3 king mushrooms. However, right at this moment, a mere human dares to be so presumptuous in my territory? How dare you? An old voice sounded. A purplish-black mushroom drilled out of the 1,000-meter-tall mushroom. It was as tall as a nanometer. Emperor Shroom, you've finally appeared. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Yi Xian didn't want to be enemies with this Emperor Shroom. But this time, he had obtained a new monster. It was enough to fight against this Emperor Shroom. Old tree, I'll leave this Emperor Shroom to you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a figure appeared around him. It was the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. No problem. After the old tree appeared, he exploded with all of his aura, causing the 3 king fungi to tremble. This old tree has broken through to the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm? The 3 king fungi had gloomy expressions. This was troublesome. Their father, Emperor Shroom, was only at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. But now, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier had broken through to the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Their advantage was gone. So it's you. The Emperor Shroom recognized the old tree and said, 500 years ago, we fought. After that battle, I fell into a deep sleep, and you were heavily injured and on the verge of death. I didn't think you would be able to live until today. 500 years ago, he was already at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. However, because he had produced too many children, he was evenly matched with the 4th level old tree. In the past 500 years, the old tree had recovered by devouring the corpses of dead connecting heaven beasts and humans. It had only recently recovered to its peak. This old one won't die so easily. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier roared and clenched his fists, then smashed them into the ground. His fists smashed into the ground. In the next moment, countless vines and branches extended from the entire area. Rip, rip, rip. A series of crisp sounds rang out. These sharp branches extended from the ground, directly piercing through the obstructing great fungi empire soldiers, opening a path for the old tree and the Emperor Shroom. Die, old rotten wood! The Emperor Shroom was furious. He pulled out a giant bone blade and charged at the old tree. The one to die is you. The old tree roared and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows. Bang! The Emperor Shroom slashed down with the 3-meter-long bone blade in his hand, but the old tree blocked it with one hand. Impossible! The Emperor Shroom felt incredulous. Back then, because he had produced too many children, his strength had decreased greatly. In the past few years, he had used large amounts of treasures to recover. Now, even if the old tree had mutated into the Devil Tree Battle Soldier and reached the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, he could not block his blade. Haha! Do you think I'm still as strong as before? The old tree laughed and threw out a heavy punch. Bang! The attack was fast and powerful, and it smashed into King Shroom's head. King Shroom was sent flying, and she didn't even want her knife anymore. In just a single exchange, the difference in strength was decided. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier that had taken Yi Xian as its master had not only reached the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, but also increased its strength by 50%. Its strength had surpassed the Emperor Shroom. No, this is impossible. Regent Shroom still had a shocked expression on her face. Nothing is impossible. Today is the day your great fungal empire perishes. Die! The old tree did not say anything else. He held the blade in his hand and charged at the Emperor Shroom. The outcome of this battle would probably be decided in 3 seconds. At this time, on the other side, Yi Xian's opponents were 3 Emperor Shroom at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. But as time passed, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Now, 3,000 soldiers of the Great Fungal Empire had died under the sword storm. The feast of slaughter would increase according to the number and level of the people killed. Not only that, the sword storm also increased. A second later, an entire army of 5,000 was turned into corpses. Yi Xian's strength had increased by 3 times. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Chapter 1261. Bam! The gigantic double dragon sword bell enveloped the 3 king fungi. Back then, the king fungi called Junyi had broken through the dual dragon sword bell. However, Yi Xian was now 3 times as strong as before. Even if the 3 king fungi attacked together, they wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Taste this move! Shouted Yi Xian. Then, a dragon's roar rang out. Hum! The dragon's roar reverberated through the dual dragon sword bell. The 3 king fungi's expressions darkened as they tried to defend themselves. However, before the dragon's roar stopped, Yi Xian attacked again. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! One of the king fungi was surrounded by the sound wave attack. He couldn't defend himself and was instantly hit. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood and was instantly on the verge of death. Jun Yao! The other 2 monarch fungi with the title of king shouted. However, right at this moment an extremely powerful attack had already arrived. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar. Boom! In an instant, the king fungi called Jun Yao was swallowed up by the dragon's breath. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification let Yi Xian know that this monarch mushroom was already dead. Now it's your turn. Yi Xian's gaze suddenly fell on the remaining 2 king fungi. Coincidentally, these 2 king fungi had joined forces to break through the dual dragon sword bell. However, there was something even more terrifying waiting for them outside the dual dragon sword bell. Bladestorm. In an instant, the 2 king fungi were surrounded by Wei Xintian's crimson swords. In the blink of an eye, they were sliced into minced meat. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 2 more system notifications rang out. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by quite a bit. Could be said that Yi Xian had achieved a complete victory in this battle. Not only had he killed more than 5,000 soldiers of the Great Fungus Empire, but he had also killed 3 king fungi. Of course, he was able to achieve this on his own because there were too many soldiers in the Great Bacterial Empire, which greatly increased the amplification effect of the Feast of Slaughter. If he did not use Killing Feast, Yi Xian would not have been able to deal with the three king mushrooms. At this time, the ground had already turned into a purple sea of blood, and corpses were everywhere. The citizens of the Great Bacterial Empire had poisonous blood flowing through their veins, which was extremely harmful to the soil and trees. According to Hualien and the old tree, this was all because King Shroom ate a poisonous fruit, turning him into a poisonous mushroom. Because of this, his descendants were all poisonous as well. Boom! 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 In the distance, loud rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Old Tree grabbing Regent Fungus and beating it up like he was venting his anger. This was understandable. After all, the Tree Demon Alliance was almost destroyed by this group of poisonous mushrooms. This was a rage that had been suppressed for hundreds of years. Old Man Mu, I admit defeat in this battle, but I won't let you off so easily. At this time, King Shroom suddenly shouted. These words shocked Yi Xian, Hualien, and the others on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. This King Shroom, did he have other methods? While they were still in shock, the Emperor Mushroom's body suddenly doubled in size. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Yi Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly sent out a thought. Pang! King Shroom's body exploded. Purple poisonous blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xian, who was nearby, was also affected, and his flesh was instantly pierced through. Fortunately, his eyes were not affected, or else it would be troublesome. King Shroom self-destructed, but he did not expect that he did not kill a single enemy, not a single one. At this critical moment, Yi Xian immediately sent the surrounding spectators and Old Tree into the planting space. However, as Old Tree was the closest to King Shroom, he was still splashed by the poisonous blood. Inside the planting space, Old Tree, are you all right? Hualien asked worriedly. Haha, I'm fine. I'll recover soon. Old Tree looked at his corroded tree shell and laughed. As long as the demonic tree heart was not damaged, he would be fine. Because after signing a contract with Yi Xian, he possessed the recovery ability of the Divine Tree of Life bloodline. In the blink of an eye, he was fully recovered. Seeing this, the surrounding sky connecting beasts let out a sigh of relief. But then again, King Shroom had already self-destructed, and 6 King Shrooms had died. Even if there were still some left, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian immediately let them out again. At this time, Yi Xian had already thrown all the corpses into the planting space. Because the blood of the poisonous mushrooms was poisonous, Yi Xian first drained them dry before throwing them to the sky-connecting treasure tree. The Great Fungus Empire is finally destroyed, but only half of it. There are still many soldiers of the Great Fungus Empire in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. We must uproot them all. Old Tree looked around and said, there may still be King Shroom, but they are no longer a threat to us. Now all of you go out and hunt. Hualien said to the enormous group of sky-connecting beasts in front of them. Immediately, the horde of heaven-reaching beasts dispersed in confusion. With the King Shroom of the Great Fungus Empire dead, there was nothing left to fear. They could finally have a good fight. Not only that, but Yi Xian also moved out. Although the mushroom people were not humans, they still had killing intent points. The Great Fungus Empire had many military camps, so this was a large amount of killing intent points. He immediately broke through the void and arrived at the second line of defense of the Great Fungus Empire. Only by flanking them from both sides could they completely destroy them. However, he had only run a few steps when he encountered a human. It's him? Yi Xian trembled as he recognized the human's aura. This human was the white-haired elder of the Green Sun Sword sect. He hadn't expected to run into him here. He's at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Maybe he knows who Lu Tiangong is. Capture him. Yi Xian immediately made his decision and quickly rushed out. Who is it? Because Yi Xian didn't deliberately hide his aura and figure, the white-haired elder discovered him. Yi Xian didn't waste time and glared. Scorching hell! Yi Xian had broken through to the 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm, and this white-haired elder was only at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. In less than 3 seconds, the elder's soul power was greatly reduced and he was controlled by Yi Xian. "Greetings, master," the white-haired elder said respectfully. "Who are you?" Yi Xian asked. "This lowly one is Lu Yuanhang, an elder of the Green Sun Sword sect," the white-haired elder answered instinctively. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, "All right, let me ask you, do you know someone called Lu Tiangong?" Lu Tiangong? Chapter 1262. Grandfather. Yi Xian didn't expect to find Lu Tiangong's grandson. He continued to ask, "Look, is this portrait of your grandfather?" When they were escaping, Yi Xian remembered Lu Tiangong's face and drew it. Lu Yuanhang looked and immediately nodded. "Yes, it's my grandfather." After hearing this answer, Yi Xian was sure that he didn't find the wrong person. Lu Yuanhang's grandfather, Lu Tiangong, was the Lu Tiangong he was looking for. "Let me ask you again, what's up with his left eye?" Yi Xian asked again. Grandfather's left eye is the eyeball of a heaven-reaching beast that he obtained by chance when he was training. It's called the Eye of Myriad Forms. It can use the power of myriad forms from a distance. Lu Yuanhang answered. "Eye of Myriad Forms? Use the power of myriad forms from a distance?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He felt that the Eye of Myriad Forms was a good thing. If he obtained it and used a special devouring method, he might be able to obtain such an ability. With such an ability, he could increase his battle strength and use it for a long time. After all, even a rebirth realm expert had to use the power of myriad forms to fight. "Very good. Where is your grandfather now? What's his realm?" Yi Xian asked again. "My grandfather is in the Green Sun Sword sect. He's a Grand Elder and is already at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm." Lu Yuanhang answered without thinking. 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard this realm. It seemed that he still needed to increase his realm 1 or 2 more times before he could fight Lu Tiangong. Although the old tree was currently at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, Lu Tiangong was a human after all. He also had the Eye of Myriad Forms. His strength was probably at the peak of the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. If Yi Xian wanted to fight him, he would need to be at least at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. Fortunately, there were many humans from the outside world here. "Very good. Go over there and wait." Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. The matter of Lu Tiangong could wait until they left the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. The most important thing now was to destroy the remaining remnants of the great bacterial empire. The primitive world of the Wood Spirit wasn't that big, but it wasn't that small either. 2 days had already passed by the time Yi Xian finished dealing with the rest of the matters. In the past 2 days, he had killed a total of 30,000 mushroom men, and his killing intent had skyrocketed. However, what made him feel helpless was that the Emperor Shroom had self-destructed that day, so he didn't get any killing intent points. In addition, in these 2 days, Yi Xian dealt with the remaining humans. He killed all of the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. As for the people from the Green Sun Sword sect, they were charmed by Luo. There were only 30 of them. With Luo's cultivation at the 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm, it was easy for her to charm them. As they had already discussed this beforehand, Hualien and the others would all move into the planting space. Of course, those who wanted to stay could also do so. After all, Yi Xian was not a human trafficker. On the 3rd day after the Emperor Shroom's death, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. This entrance was even more unstable than before, and would probably collapse within 10 days. At this time, Yi Xian had already left the primitive world of the Wood Spirit with the group from the Green Sun Sword sect. "Young master, where are we going now?" The old tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The two had already signed a contract, so the old tree could communicate through space like Yi Xian. "To the Green Sun Sword sect. I need to investigate some things," Yi Xian replied. At the same time, he immediately sensed and found that Nalan Bing wasn't very far from where she was when they first entered the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. It seemed that she had encountered something, or was resting. Yi Xian didn't care too much and headed straight for the Green Sun Sword sect. With the 4th level Fulfillment Realm Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, They only needed half a day to reach the Green Sun Sword Sect. Half a day later, they arrived at the Green Sun Sword Sect. Before that, Yi Xian had also stored the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor into the planting space. Lu Yuanhang and the others left by flying. If they suddenly came back riding a 4th-level Fulfillment Realm Tong Tian beast, it would be too eye-catching. Soon, Yi Xian followed this group and entered the Green Sun Sword Sect. Elder Lu, you're back so early? An elder came over and glanced at the people around him. Lu Yuanhang sighed and shook his head. The entrance of the secret realm is very unstable, so we came out early. 100 people went in, but less than half came out. Then how was the harvest this time? The elder asked again. The only thing that can be used in the primitive world of the wood spirit is this wood essence. This time, I brought back 500 pieces, which can greatly increase the effect of the planting of natural treasures. Lu Yuanhang replied. However, before he could finish speaking, a strange voice rang out. What? Elder Lu, you brought the team over and only brought back this trash? Everyone looked over and saw a young elder walking over. Elder Wu, what do you mean by this? Lu Yuanhang couldn't help but ask. Nothing. I just feel that it's not worth it for those disciples who died. The young elder shook his head. Humph, that's my Lu family's disciple. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yuanhang said in displeasure. This time they had indeed lost a lot of people, but if they gave these wood essence to other forces, it would be worth it. Moreover, this time the Green Sun Sword sect master said that he would send more people to help. But in the end, not even a dog came. You can't say that. That person is not only a disciple of your Lu family, but also a disciple of my Green Sun Sword sect. Could it be that Elder Lu thinks that your Lu family doesn't belong to my Green Sun Sword sect? The young elder said in a strange voice. After hearing the young elder's words, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. On the way, Yi Xian listened to Lu Yuanhang talk about some things about the Green Sun Sword sect. There were two major factions in the Green Sun Sword sect. One was the Wu family of the sect master, and the other was the Lu family. These two families were quite harmonious 100 years ago, but in recent years there had been some differences, so they were a little hostile. This young elder was from the Wu family, and he was the youngest elder in the Wu family. Now that he saw the Lu family at a disadvantage, he naturally had to jump out to add insult to injury. Otherwise, he would be unhappy. Humph! Lu Yuanhang didn't know how to answer when he was scolded like this, so he just led the team in. Seeing Lu Yuanhang leave, the young elder's lips curled into a smile. At the same time, a trace of killing intent could not help but appear in his eyes, but it was only a flash. Chapter 1263. With Yi Xian's concealment skills, even a 5th-stage Fulfillment Realm expert wouldn't be able to see through him. After returning to the Green Sun Sword sect, Lu Yuanhang dismissed the others. Master, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me, Lu Yuanhang said to Yi Xian in a hidden corner. But first hand over those wood essences, then come find me, Yi Xian said to Lu Yuanhang. Yes. Lu Yuanhang nodded and left. He had to hand over the 500 wood essences and report the casualties to the Lu family higher-ups. Although the Great Mushroom Empire had already been annihilated by Yi Xian, all of the heavenly and earthly treasures collected by the Great Mushroom Empire had been used on the Emperor Mushroom. In addition, the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold and the Azure Yang Sword sect didn't bring much, so Yi Xian wasn't able to break through. However, he now had a large fortune, and that was the remaining 10,000 wood essences. If he took them out, they would be very valuable. However, the wood essences were useful to the heavenly treasure tree, so Yi Xian decided not to trade them. I still have 100-year supply of supreme-grade Fountain of Youth. It's time to take it out. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. Supreme-grade Fountain of Youth was much better than Fountain of Youth because there was no limit to how much it could be used. He decided to take out a 5-year supply and see the effects. Soon, Lu Yuanhang returned. Although they'd lost dozens of geniuses this time, the 500 wood essences were worth quite a lot. It was enough to raise twice as many geniuses as the Lu family had lost. I have a 5-year supply of supreme-grade Fountain of Youth here. I wonder if the Lu family can digest it? Yi Xian took out 5 jade bottles from the devouring space. Supreme grade fountain of youth? Lu Yuanhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He'd heard of the fountain of youth before. Every time it appeared, it would cause a commotion. There were many pills in the world that could increase one's lifespan, but some pills had conflicting medicinal properties. Some had to be taken at a certain realm for it to be effective. However, the fountain of youth didn't have such restrictions. Of course, ordinary fountain of youth would have no effect after drinking too much. Master, this top-grade immortal spring water is, Lu Yuanhang asked. That's because there's no limit to how much it can be consumed. Even if it takes 100 years, you can still refine it, Yi Xian replied. Well, I'll have to ask Grandpa. I don't know how much I can give you, Lu Yuanhang said with a frown. Sure. Just say that this elixir of youth is from the old tree. Later, you guys go outside and meet the old tree. Yi Xian nodded. Before entering the Green Sun Sword Sect, Yi Xian had instructed Old Tree to wait outside the sect. Yes. Lu Yuanhang nodded and immediately turned around. The Old Tree was already at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. He was one of the top experts in the Green Sun Sword Sect. Lu Yuanhang only needed to say that he met him in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. In this world, there were many strange things. Humans and beasts could mate, so what was so strange about humans and trees being friends? Soon, Yi Xian sensed that Lu Yuanhang had left and was flying out of the Green Sun Sword Sect. There were 3 other Lu family experts with him. All of them were at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly followed. He knew that the Lu family experts were looking for the old tree. However, these experts moving together also attracted the attention of the Wu family experts. Where are these old fellows going? The experts of the Wu family thought to themselves and immediately followed after him. Not only that, but the disciples also flew into the air one after another to follow the elders. They wanted to see what was going on. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. In less than half a minute, hundreds of Green Sun Sword Sect disciples had followed them and left. Oh no, they're following us. A Lu family expert's expression changed drastically. This time, he was going to discuss the price of 5 years' worth of elixir of youth with the old tree. He didn't expect the Wu family to follow him. Yuanhang, go there immediately, a 100-year-old elder said to Lu Yuanhang. Yes, father. Lu Yuanhang nodded and took the lead to leave the group, heading towards the designated location. As for the elders of the Lu family, they all stopped in their tracks. What are you doing? Lu Yuanhang's father, Lu Gaoyang, asked. However, the Wu family elders didn't plan to answer. Instead, they chased after Lu Yuanhang. They felt that something big must have happened to the Lu family. Otherwise, why would they mobilize 3 4th level Fulfillment Realm elders? Wait! Seeing that they were ignoring him, Lu Gaoyang hurriedly stood in front of them. Lu Gaoyang, do I need your permission to go anywhere? A Wu family elder couldn't help but ask. Oh, is that so? Yuanhang, stop. Lu Gaoyang's expression froze. Then he shouted. Lu Yuanhang, who was leaving, also stopped when he heard this. Then the 2 sides just stared at each other. Seeing that the other side had stopped moving, the Wu family elder could only ask directly, Lu Gaoyang, what's the matter that would make you 3 old guys come out of seclusion? In the Green Sun Sword Sect, the people in charge were usually elders under 100 years old. Those over 100 years old would usually start to cultivate in seclusion. But now, the Lu family had mobilized 300-year-old elders. It was a little strange. My son met an expert, so we came to meet him. What can't we? Lu Gaoyang snorted coldly. Expert. Hearing this, the Wu family elder raised an eyebrow, and his heart trembled violently. For Lu Gaoyang and the others to personally welcome someone, that person was at least at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. No, it should be an expert at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Lu Yuanhang had only gone to the Wood Spirit primitive world once, but he actually met an expert at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. It was unbelievable. If this expert at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm stood with the Grand Elders Lu family, then the Sect Masters Wu family would be in trouble. Oh? Since there's such an expert, Then I naturally have to meet him. The Wu family elder couldn't help but laugh. You? Lu Gaoyang's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect the Wu family elder to be so thick-skinned. The group of disciples also knew that there were two factions in the Green Sun Sword sect. However, their strength and aptitude didn't meet the requirements, so they didn't belong to any of the factions. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed twice. In the Green Sun Sword sect, the Wu family had always been the sect master of the Green Sun Sword sect, and the Lu family had always been the Grand Elder. The sect master and the Grand Elder both had supreme positions. If the two families had a good relationship, the sect would definitely rise to a higher level. Unfortunately, the two families didn't get along well. Yi Xian looked at the Lu family and Wu family that were at odds with each other, and a plan suddenly formed in his mind. The Lu family's Lu Tiangong had a grudge with him, but the sect master's Wu family had nothing to do with him. Chapter 1264. Yi Xian immediately ordered the old tree, who was on standby, to rush over. With the old tree's speed, it would only take 10 seconds. Elder Wu, this expert is someone my son knows. My son and that senior have similar interests. He only wants to meet us. Why are you following him? Lu Gaoyang snorted. Similar interests? The leading Wu family elder grinned. Then all the more I want to meet him. Who knows, I might be able to hit it off with that senior. Bastard! Lu Gaoyang cursed in his heart. If looks could kill, this Wu family elder would have died 10,000 times over. However, just as they were about to confront each other, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Bang! 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 The ground shook, startling everyone in the air. Many people looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge figure charging towards them. A heaven-reaching beast? The leading Wu family elder's eyes flashed. He shouted, "What an evil creature! How dare you behave so atrociously in my Green Sun Sword sect's territory? You're courting death." Before he could finish speaking, he had already made his move. On the other side, the Lu family also prepared to attack when they saw this strange heaven-reaching beast. At this time, Lu Yuanhang hurriedly reminded them, "Father, uncles, he's the senior I was talking about." What? Lu Gaoyang and the other two were shocked. Lu Yuanhang had said before that this senior of the Supreme Grade Immortal Spring was a bit strange and told them not to be surprised when they saw him. However, they never expected that the senior Lu Yuanhang said was strange to this extent. The Supreme Grade Immortal Spring was actually a heaven-reaching beast. However, when they thought of the realm Lu Yuanhang had mentioned, they resisted the urge to attack. 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. This heaven-reaching beast was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, a realm higher than the three of them. "Don't attack. You're screwing with the Wu family." Lu Gaoyang cut to the chase. The other two immediately understood and looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Didn't the Wu family want to meet the senior Lu Yuanhang new? Let's see how you'll meet him now. Not only did you not attack, you even called him an evil creature. You're done for. Haha. Thinking of this, Lu Gaoyang and the other two were overjoyed. They could only hope that the Wu clan elder would be beaten half to death by this heaven-connecting beast. Show! 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 Several streaks of sword light pierced through the air, preparing to kill the huge heaven-connecting beast that was charging towards him. This sky-connecting beast was the Devil Tree Battle Soldier, Old Tree, that Yi Xian had called over. At the same time, he had received another order from Yi Xian to not defend himself. Bang! 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 3 explosions rang out. The 3 sword rays directly fell on Old Shu's body, shattering his hard bark armor. Ouch! It hurts. The old tree cried out in pain. When the Wu family elder saw this, his expression changed. This heaven-span beast's level was most likely not low. What are you doing? He's the senior I was talking about. Lu Yuanhang hurriedly shouted. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The senior Lu Yuanhang was acquainted with was this moving tree? Not good, we've been tricked. The leading Wu family elder was an expert who had lived for 100 years. He immediately realized that he had been tricked by the Lu family. Just now, they thought that the senior Lu Yuanhang was acquainted with was a human. They didn't expect it to be a heaven-connecting beast and a talking tree at that. Green Sun Sword Sect, I, Old Tree, sincerely came to make a deal with you. Is this how you welcome me? The old tree suppressed the recovery ability of the divine tree of life bloodline in his body and said angrily, Old Tree, it's a misunderstanding. The one who attacked you wasn't me. I've already brought my father. Lu Yuanhang hurriedly reported. At this time, the old tree's gaze suddenly landed on the 3/4 level fulfillment realm elders of the Wu family. He said, I, Old Tree, spent nearly 1,000 years to break through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Now, you juniors of the 4th level of the fulfillment realm dare to attack me and call me evil creatures? 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Hearing this, the Wu family elders' hearts trembled violently. It seemed that they had bitten off more than they could chew. Senior, please forgive us. Just now, we acted subconsciously. Please forgive us. The leading Wu family elder hurriedly said. Humph, if an apology was enough, why would the sect need an enforcement team? You were called evil creatures by your disciples. Would you let them go if they apologized? The old tree roared angrily. Senior, here are 10,000 prosperity pills. Take it as an apology. The Wu family elder sincerely wanted to be on good terms with the old tree, so he could only painfully take out 10,000 prosperity pills and throw them over. Prosperity pills are useless to me, but I'll keep them for now. This matter is over. The old tree snorted coldly and swallowed the prosperity pills. These prosperity pills were enough for Yi Xian to break through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian was overjoyed that he had tricked them. Thank you for your forgiveness, Senior, the leading elder said with cupped fists. He then said, This one is Wu Yong. Greetings, Senior. Although the old tree was only a talking tree, his realm had reached the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Moreover, judging from the injuries just now, the old tree's combat strength was not so simple. Forget it, the old tree said magnanimously. This time, I've come to collect the supreme grade eternal spring water that I've stored for 1,000 years. I don't know if the Green Sun Sword Sect has the ability to eat it. Boom! Everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Eternal spring water? Supreme grade? I reckon you don't know the effects of supreme grade eternal spring water. I'll tell you now. Supreme grade eternal spring water is different from ordinary eternal spring water. The old tree looked around and said, I've stayed in the wood spirit primitive world for nearly 1,000 years and collected a total of 5 years' worth of supreme grade eternal spring water. It's enough to increase a person's lifespan by 5 years. 5 years was neither long nor short for the elders present. They had all lived for more than 100 years, and even Lu Yuanhang was over 80 years old. 5 years was really nothing. However, what if he managed to make a breakthrough in the 5 years he had left? If someone broke through, they would be able to increase their lifespan by a few years, which would bring great contributions to the entire family. For example, the Wu family's patriarch, who had lived for nearly 200 years, was about to break through, but unfortunately, he did not have enough lifespan left. These 5 years' worth of supreme-grade eternal spring water might be able to treat some of his hidden ailments. In that case, his lifespan would not only increase by 5 years, but also by 8 or 10 years. If he broke through again in these years, he would be able to live for many more years. Chapter 1265. This immortal spring really came at the right time. Wu Yong's eyes sparkled as if he was determined to get it. However, there was another problem. A 5-year supply of supreme-grade immortal spring was not cheap, right? Senior, this supreme-grade immortal spring, do you want? Wu Yong hurriedly asked. However, before he could finish, the old tree interrupted him. Oh, old tree, I've been walking for so long and even got injured. Aren't you going to invite me over for a seat? Hearing this, Lu Gaoyong hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Senior, this way please. Our sect is over there. Then he glanced at Wu Yong. The Lu family could give up on this 5-year supply of supreme-grade immortal spring, but they could not let it fall into the Wu family's hands. Then, the old tree, surrounded by a group of disciples and elders, arrived at the Qingyang sword sect. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Damn, what is that? A moving tree? Is he a tree demon? He can talk. There are so many secluded elders. Did they capture him? No, the elders seemed to be very nice to him. The crowd of disciples stared with their eyes wide open and their tongues tied. This was the first time in the history of the Qingyang sword sect that something like this had happened. Oh, so this is a human sect. Not bad. The old tree looked around like a farmer entering a city. He was originally a very ordinary heavenly treasure tree. Then, he coincidentally turned into a tree demon and mutated into a demon tree battle soldier. From beginning to end, he had never left the primitive world of the wood spirit. This was the first time he had come out. Senior Tree, please rest here. I'll go get the sect master, Wu Yong said and quickly left. He had to send the news of the supreme grade immortal spring back to the Wu family. Old Tree, I'll take my leave too. A Lu family expert also left to go get the Lu family's representative. In fact, the Lu family was not concerned about the supreme grade immortal spring, but the old tree, a 5th level fulfillment realm expert. As long as they had a good relationship with the old tree, the Lu family would have more say in the Green Sun Sword sect in the future. Alright, then this old tree will take a rest first. The old tree walked directly to a tree and sat down. In reality, Yi Xian really wanted to go over and take the bag of fulfillment pills. That way, he could break through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't expose himself as he was surrounded by people. Soon, Wu Yong brought an old man over. This old man was the current sect leader of the Green Sun Sword sect, Wu Junying. Wu Junying was an expert at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Wu Junying greets Senior. Wu Junying hurriedly said, "You are the sect leader of the Qingyang sword sect?" The old tree's bell-like eyes fell on Wu Junying. Yes. Wu Junying nodded and said, "I wonder if Senior's 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water." Don't worry. The old tree suddenly interrupted. Other than the Wu clan, there was also the Lu clan in the Qingyang sword sect, so there was no need to make a decision so quickly. After all, the highest bidder would win. Hearing this, Wu Junying's expression changed. It seemed that the old tree knew about the Qingyang sword sect situation. Since that was the case, then it was a fair competition. After a while, someone from the Lu clan also arrived. Moreover, it was Yi Xian's old acquaintance, Lu Tiangong. "It really is you." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Lu Tiangong still wore an eye mask, so he didn't notice Yi Xian and directly landed. "Greetings, Senior." Lu Tiangong hurriedly greeted the old tree. Although they were both at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, the old tree was several times older than him. It was natural for him to call him Senior. "You have all come for the 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water. However, since you haven't seen it, I'm sure you don't completely believe it." The old tree didn't waste time. He suddenly spat out several jade bottles and said, "Inside these are the top-grade immortal spring water. Feel it." After saying that, he extended a branch and removed the cork from the bottle. Immediately, a strong aura of life spread out. Wu Junying had actually taken the immortal spring water before, and it was already the maximum amount. It increased his lifespan by 10 years, so it wouldn't have any effect if he took it again. However, the top-grade immortal spring water in front of him ignored this side effect. Simply put, it was still effective for him. "Come, try it." The old tree used a branch to pick up a few drops of the top-grade immortal spring water, and they fell in front of the elders. Wu Junying immediately swallowed a drop of the top-grade immortal spring water in front of him and felt it. Ordinary immortal spring water had no effect on him, but this drop of immortal spring water still had an effect on him. As expected, this was the top-grade immortal spring water. "Senior, please name a price," Wu Junying directly asked. Everyone knew that he had taken the immortal spring water. Now that he said this, it proved that this immortal spring water was top-grade. "Haha, you are all smart people. You know the importance of this top-grade immortal spring water. I won't cheat you. 1,000,000 fortune pills." The old tree opened and closed his mouth, but everyone around was stunned. 1,000,000 fortune pills? The group of disciples opened their mouths wide. 1,000,000 fortune pills was enough to create a 5th-stage fulfillment realm expert. This big guy could really open his mouth. Senior, you're not joking? Qingyang Sword Sect leader Wu Junying couldn't help but ask. Since you think I'm joking, then I'll take my leave. When the old tree heard this, it immediately got up and prepared to leave. Wait. At this time, Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted, Senior, 1,000,000 fortune pills is not a small amount. Let me prepare for a few days. Oh, so you want it? The old tree was a little surprised. Yes, 1,000,000 fortune pills to buy 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water is definitely worth it. Lu Tiangong said immediately. Worth it. This was definitely worth it. Even if they didn't need it, if they gave it to a higher-level faction, they would definitely be able to earn back 1,000,000 fortune pills or even double it. Wait, I want it too. Qingyang Sword Sect leader Wu Junying immediately responded. Both sides wanted it. What should they do? Since both of you want it, then it's difficult. How about this? I'll give it to whoever gathers the items first. The old tree swallowed a few jade bottles and said, Also, the fortune pills can be exchanged with natural treasures and ores, as long as the amount is correct. 1,000,000 fortune pills was not something an ordinary person could take out. Even the entire Wu family probably couldn't take out that much. However, if they used natural treasures and ores, it might be possible. Alright, it'll go to whoever gets it first. Qingyang Sword Sect leader Wu Junying nodded. Chapter 1266. However, even if they wanted to, it wouldn't be easy to gather 1,000,000 fortune pills. It would take at least 2 or 3 days. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. I'll stay in your Green Sun Sword Sect for these 3 days, continued the old tree. Alright, 3 days. Lu Tiangong nodded. In that case, you can all leave. I'll sleep here for 3 days. After the old tree finished speaking, it took root under the tree. In the blink of an eye, it formed a big tree nest, blocking everyone outside. Then, Grand Elder Lu Tiangong and sect leader Wu Junying looked at each other and left one after another with their people. Not only that, but the surrounding disciples also dispersed. After all, the old tree had already gone to rest, so there was no point in staying here. However, Wu Junying was thinking about something else. Junying, what do you think about this? Asked Wu Yong. Although Wu Junying was the sect leader, she was a generation younger than Wu Yong, so it was fine to call her by her name. Third uncle, 1,000,000 fortune pills isn't a small amount. Wu Junying sighed. Are you thinking of giving up? Wu Yong frowned. No, the old ancestor suffered too many injuries in his early years. I don't think he'll last more than 3 years. It's not that easy to break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm in 3 years. Wu Junying narrowed her eyes and said softly, Why don't we use this opportunity to... Hearing this, Wu Yong's heart skipped a beat. He said in shock, Don't tell me you're thinking of... That's right. Ever since the 2 great families of our Green Sun Sword Sect became estranged, they've been deteriorating day by day. So why don't we use this opportunity to uproot the Lu family? A murderous intent suddenly flashed through Wu Junying's eyes. The Lu family's ancestor and our Wu family's ancestor were good brothers after all. Wu Yong couldn't help but say, his heart trembling. Third uncle, you're too kind. If we don't get rid of the Lu family, our Green Sun Sword Sect will deteriorate day by day. We can't let this continue. Wu Junying shook her head and sighed. Third uncle, let's do it. But the Lu family has 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts and we only have 2. Who's gonna deal with that old tree? Wu Yong continued. Wu Junying wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of the Lu family. At the same time, she wanted to kill the old tree and seize the supreme grade fountain of youth. To this question, Wu Junying only said a few words slowly. Flying Scorpion Stronghold, Underworld. After the Lu Wu and Green Sun Sword Sect disciples left, Yi Xian also sneaked into the old tree's nest. Young master, I got this just now. When the old tree saw Yi Xian enter, he immediately threw the 10,000 Rui pills at him. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured them all. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. The system prompted. Yi Xian was already close to breaking through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Now that he had 10,000 fortune pills, it was enough for him to break through. However, he didn't devour all of them. He only devoured about 5,000 fortune pills and kept the rest. If he could get 1,000,000 more fortune pills, he might even be able to break through to the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, let alone the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. However, would it be that easy? These two families agreed so easily because of each other. I wonder if this transaction will go smoothly. Yi Xian thought to himself. If this transaction went well, then Lu Tiangong was dead meat. He didn't know if things would go so smoothly. If there were any unexpected changes, then he still had the old tree and almost 10,000 heaven-reaching beasts to back him up. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, it was still the same old saying. If he couldn't win in a fight, could he not run away? However, Yi Xian didn't plan to just sit around for these 3 days. He had to make use of these 3 days. Old tree, be careful. I'm going out for a while, Yi Xian said to the old tree in his mind. Go. I'll set up the giant tree protection barrier here. Even a 6th-level fulfillment realm expert won't be able to break through in a short time. The old tree replied. All right. Yi Xian nodded. If the Wu family and the Lu family could really gather 1,000,000 fortune pills in 3 days, then he could break through the void and return with a single word from the old tree. Young master, where are we going? Luoluo asked in the planting space. To the nearest city. Yi Xian replied. Right now he lacks strength the most. Therefore, if he made good use of this time, he might be able to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm first. At that time, even if there were any unexpected changes in 3 days, he would be able to deal with them well. The Green Sun Sword Sect is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although they don't have a 6th-level fulfillment realm expert, it would be a mess if they were discovered. Yi Xian continued to think in his mind. After all, he was currently making a purchase of 1,000,000 fortune pills. Even if he used the Eye of Control to earn money in the Green Sun Sword Sect, he wouldn't be able to gather 1,000,000 fortune pills in 3 days. Unfortunately, the nearest city to the Qingyang Sword Sect was 2 days away from here. Therefore, he had to hurry. He immediately left the Green Sun Sword Sect and headed for Tiger Tail City. Tiger Tail City wasn't a small city. Yi Xian wanted to go there and buy some things along the way, such as ores. He had broken through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, but Wei Jintian was still at the 1st level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he needed to use the remaining 5,000 fortune pills to increase Wei Jintian's strength. As for the old tree, there was even less to worry about. The old tree could grow by consuming blood. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body, so the old tree could break through just by absorbing his blood. After all, the higher Yi Xian's realm was, the more effective the bloodline of the divine tree of life would be. He didn't need to worry about the old tree's realm not being able to keep up. Very quickly, 2 days passed. 2 days later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at Tiger Tail City. Let's go buy some things first, Yi Xian thought to himself. He still had 500 pieces of wood essence in his devouring space. The heavenly treasure tree in his planting space had already devoured tens of thousands of wood essence, so he didn't need these 500 pieces. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the auction house. Ding! Control successful. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control to control the 2nd level of the Fulfillment Realm Director of the auction house. Convert all of these wood essence and fortune pills into ores and cultivation treasures. We'll split them 50-50. Yi Xian gave the items to the director of the auction house who was controlled by the Eye of Control. There were only 5,000 fortune pills. Wood essence was good stuff. 1 piece was worth about 100 fortune pills. 500 pieces were worth 50,000 fortune pills. Previously, to put on a show, Yi Xian had also given Lu Yuanhang 500 pieces of wood essence. This was also a large sum, so the Lu family didn't feel that this trip to the wood essence primitive world was a loss. Chapter 1267. If all 50,000 fulfillment pills were exchanged for ores, it wouldn't be enough for Yi Xian to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he decided to split them equally. Besides, with the Eye of Control, he would definitely be able to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm within a day. Soon, the director of the auction house returned with a lot of things. Ding! Wei Jintian broke through. Ding! Wei Jintian broke through. The two system notifications caused Wei Jintian to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm. Now that the proper business was done, it was time to do some improper things. Where is the underworld branch of Huai City? Yi Xian asked the director of the auction house directly. A person at the second level of the fulfillment realm should be qualified to know about the underworld branch. Since the director of the auction house was under control, he naturally reported the location directly. Although Mo Shui was already dead, he still had to find out about the mysterious underworld duo demons. Moreover, those assassins were all filthy rich and earned much more than they did in the auction house. After all, the director of the auction house had some power, but the truly valuable things could only be taken out by the higher-ups. Yi Xian was only at the second level of the fulfillment realm, so he could only take control of the second level of the fulfillment realm. There were a lot of people in the underworld. As long as he waited there and didn't have a cultivation higher than the second level of the fulfillment realm, then all the rewards would be his. While he was thinking, Yi Xian arrived at the underworld branch under a house. In this branch of the underworld, there were experts at the fifth level of the fulfillment realm guarding it. Yi Xian wanted to use the sword storm here, but unfortunately, there were still a large number of innocent people in the surroundings. He was afraid that they would be injured. After entering the underworld, Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Control and began to control people. His targets were those at the first and second level of the fulfillment realm. These people could be controlled almost immediately. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. The system notifications continued to ring. Yi Xian directly controlled 20 people and obtained their wealth, a total of 30,000 fulfillment pills. Not bad, not bad. Now I'll wait for people and control them as they come. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he would be able to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm today. At the same time, he had already asked a servant to help him investigate those matters. He was sure that there would be a reply soon. However, just as Yi Xian was casually flipping through the mission list, his attention was attracted by a mission on the first page. This mission required a lot of manpower. A fulfillment realm expert would require 500 fulfillment pills, 3,000 for a second-level fulfillment realm expert, and 10,000 for a third-level fulfillment realm expert. As for the fourth and fifth level of the fulfillment realm, it was 50,000 and 200,000 respectively. 200,000 fortune pills to hire a fifth-level fulfillment realm cultivator was already very good. This kind of mission was very rare. There were only a handful of forces in the vicinity that could afford such a price. The Green Sun Sword Sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold were the only two major powers in the vicinity. Could it be the Lu family or the Wu family? Yi Xian immediately thought of these two clans. He took a closer look and realized that the gathering point was near the Green Sun Sword Sect. Moreover, the mission was issued half a day after they and the old tree had arrived at the Green Sun Sword Sect. A big mission like this requires a lot of investigation. Otherwise, if the mission is fake, it would waste a lot of people's time. Yi Xian thought to himself. He guessed that it should be the Lu family or the Wu family of the Green Sun Sword Sect. Moreover, this big mission required 3 fifth-level fulfillment realm experts. It seemed that one of the clans of the Green Sun Sword Sect had made a big move. 3 fifth-level fulfillment realm experts would require 600,000 fortune pills. Including the rest of the people, it would cost at least 800,000. However, many people would die after the battle, so I can save a lot of money. Yi Xian thought to himself. He guessed that this mission was issued by either the Wu family or the Lu family. Their target was probably the other family. It was likely that the old tree was included as well. After all, the old tree had the top-grade immortal spring water. Otherwise, they would only need to hire 2 fifth-level fulfillment realm experts to annihilate another family. Why would they need 3? This mission is definitely not only issued in Huai City. It's issued in other cities as well. I wonder how many people will go. Yi Xian thought to himself. The reward for this mission was very tempting. Moreover, there was a note in the mission that said that the spoils of war belonged to whoever obtained them. However, it was at this moment that Yi Xian saw a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner from the corner of his eyes. His expression changed greatly. This 9th-level Nether Passage realm martial practitioner had just entered the underworld branch. After seeing the mission, his face turned so green that one would think that he had hemorrhoids. Seeing this, Yi Xian subconsciously blinked his eyes and used the Eye of Control once. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Immediately, this 9th-level Nether Passage realm martial artist was controlled. Then, Yi Xian walked over and asked directly, "What's your name?" "Master. My name is Lu Qingshan." The 9th-level Nether Passage realm martial practitioner answered honestly. "Lu family?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "Then what did you see just now? Why do you have such an ugly expression?" "Is this mission?" Lu Qingshan answered directly. "My Lu family and the Wu family are not on good terms. I originally only wanted to accept a mission, but I didn't expect to see this." "Oh, then do you think it's the Lu family or the Wu family that issued it?" Yi Xian asked. Lu Qingshan shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I feel that the Wu family is going to act against my Lu family." "Is it the Wu family that issued it?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. No matter what, he probably had to rush back to the Green Sun Sword sect because the gathering time had passed. These missions are issued through a special method. If I rush back now, I definitely won't make it in time. However, I have the Eye of the Void. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, when he came here, he also rode on Whitey and spent 2 days. This was because Hue City was a big city. This mission could not only be issued in Hue City, but also in the small cities around the Green Sun Sword sect. Perhaps a powerful assassin passing by saw this mission and rushed to the gathering place? However, Old Tree had not sent any news, so Yi Xian still had some matters to attend to. "Old Tree, you have to be careful on your side. The Lu family and the Wu family may have a big battle. The Wu family has many experts, and you're also a target." He could not miss the battle between the Wu family and the Lu family. "Don't worry. Ever since I gained this recovery ability, my giant tree protection barrier has become several times stronger. Even if the entire Green Sun Sword sect attacks me, it won't be that easy to break through." Chapter 1268. Ever since it signed a contract with Yi Xian, the old tree had the same regenerative abilities as Yi Xian. The giant tree's protection barrier was actually formed by the old tree's tough branches. With such astonishing regenerative abilities, it would not be so easy to break through even if the Lu and Wu families worked together. "Good. Then I'm relieved." Yi Xian nodded. Although he had signed a contract with the old tree was different from Megatron. It was not a treasure. In short, the old tree could die. However, just as he finished speaking, the old tree said, "Young master, someone's coming." Far away in Hue City, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. "Someone's coming. Who is it? Is it the Wu family or the Lu family?" "It's the Wu family's sect master, Wu Junying. He says he's gathered 1,000,000 fortune pills and wants to make a deal." The old tree continued. "Don't open the barrier yet. I'll go back immediately," Yi Xian immediately said. He had originally planned to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm before returning, but now it was probably too late. He had to go back immediately. He immediately broke through the void and returned to the Green Yang Sword sect, near the old tree. He immediately sensed for a moment and found that there were not that many experts. It seemed that the gathered assassins were still nearby, waiting for the Wu family's signal. Lu Qingshan felt that the Wu family was going to make a move this time, but he did not have time to send a message. However, there might be Lu family members in the cities around the Green Yang Sword sect. Perhaps the Lu family already knew about this. "Senior, I've already prepared the items. They will arrive at the Green Yang Sword sect soon. Why don't we go and receive them together?" Wu Junying, the Green Yang Sword sect's sect master, said respectfully outside the giant tree's protection barrier. When he heard this, Yi Xian coldly snorted in his mind. Once they receive them, they probably won't be able to come back, right? He knew that the old tree had become the Wu family's first target, and then the Lu family. The old tree and Yi Xian could communicate telepathically. After receiving Yi Xian's instructions, he replied, "There's no need. This old man can still afford to wait. We'll talk about it when you arrive. Originally, the Wu family had wanted to lure the old tree out and kill him quickly. Then, they would use other forces to deal with the Lu family. However, the old tree was not coming out now. This was a trap. Junying, what do we do now? Elder Wu Yong said. Third uncle. Inform the others to attack immediately. Wu Junying bellowed. Although they didn't manage to invite a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert from Hell, they did manage to hire one from Flying Scorpion Village at a high price. If they really wanted to calculate, they would be much stronger than the Lu family. Moreover, the Lu family probably didn't know what they were doing, so they could launch a sneak attack. As long as the Lu family was reduced in number, the success rate of the battle would increase again. All right, Wu Yong nodded and left quietly. This scene fell into Yi Xian's eyes. Immediately, he told Lu Yuanhang everything he knew. The Lu family and the Wu family had always been at odds with each other, so there were always people keeping an eye on Sect Master Wu Junying's movements. When Wu Junying approached the giant tree protection barrier, someone had already reported to Lu Yuanhang and Lu Gaoyang. They immediately gathered around. Father, my informant in the Wu family just sent news that the Wu family has issued a major mission in Hell. It seems that they're going to attack us today, Lu Yuanhang said. What? A major mission in Hell? How many people? Lu Gaoyang asked in shock. The mission is to find 3 5th-level fulfillment realm experts and give them 200,000 fulfillment pills each. Lu Yuanhang reported. 200,000 fulfillment pills. When he heard this, Lu Gaoyang shuddered and his expression changed drastically. It seems that the Wu family really wants to destroy our Lu family this time. Quick! Inform everyone. Yes. Immediately, someone quickly left to inform the Lu family's upper echelons. Then 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and the news spread throughout the Lu family. If the Wu family wanted to attack the Lu family, then everyone would have to evacuate from the Green Yang Sword sect. The Lu family didn't expect the Wu family to attack them. This time, they were in trouble. Soon, Lu Tiangong found out about this matter and quickly rushed over. Sect Master, you've gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills? Of course. Although I don't have enough fulfillment pills, I used other treasures to make up for it. Wu Junying nodded. Lu Tiangong naturally didn't believe this answer. At this moment he was very nervous. The Wu family and the Lu family had been fighting for 100 years, but the Green Yang Sword sect was jointly established by the ancestors of the two families. It shouldn't be to the point of killing. However, he underestimated Wu Junying's methods. If Lu Yuanhang's information was correct, Wu Junying had probably already gone to inform the assassins. However, it was obviously impossible for the entire Lu family to evacuate from the Green Yang Sword sect now. After all, the Lu family still had Manifestation Realm martial artists who couldn't keep up with the speed. Therefore, the Lu family could only ally with one person. No, it wasn't a person, but a tree. Senior old tree, can I see you now? Lu Tiangong asked hurriedly. See what? If the item isn't here, I won't see you. The old tree's voice came from the giant tree protection barrier. The Lu family's only choice now was to cooperate with the old tree. However, the old tree didn't want to see him now. What should they do? Old tree, actually, I've already gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills. I want to make the deal now. Lu Tiangong had no choice but to say so. As soon as he said that, the expression of the Green Yang Sword sect master, Wu Junying, changed. Impossible. You can't have gathered it. Since you have it, then come in. If you don't, then you're just making fun of me. I, old tree, don't have such a good temper. The old tree snorted coldly. Yes. Lu Tiangong nodded slightly. Immediately after, the giant tree protection barrier broke open a hole on Lu Tiangong's side. When Lu Tiangong saw it, he hurriedly rushed in. Seeing Lu Tiangong enter, Wu Junying's expression changed drastically. She thought to herself, impossible. The Lu family couldn't have gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills in such a short time. He must be spouting nonsense. Looks like he's already seen through my plan. However, since he already knows, why hasn't the Lu family made a move yet? They're still like a sheet of loose sand now? His mission was listed at the top of the list by the underworld, so it was easy to see. At the same time, he didn't see any big missions other than the one he issued, so the Lu family probably didn't have a backup plan. Since they knew, why didn't they make arrangements secretly and then find helpers? They didn't even send the Lu family disciples away in advance. Therefore, Wu Junying was very surprised. Chapter 1269. However, so what if the deal was a success? Wouldn't the Wu family own the supreme grade fountain of youth in the end? At this time, Lu Tiangong had already entered the giant tree protection barrier and saw the old tree. What do you want? The old tree couldn't help but ask. Lu Tiangong trembled when he heard this. Shouldn't the old tree be making a direct deal? Why did he ask about it? Could it be that he also felt that the atmosphere was a little off? Senior, the Wu family has sent experts from the underworld to kill you. Followed by the Lu family. Lu Tiangong went straight to the point. Oh, I know. The old tree nodded slightly. This answer shocked Lu Tiangong again. The old tree had stayed here for 3 days and hadn't moved at all. How did he know? Could it be that he had clairvoyant ears? Senior, you're alone. Why don't you work with us? As long as we destroy the Wu family, the Lu family is willing to take out 1,000,000 fortune pills as compensation. Lu Tiangong said. 1,000,000 fortune pills were just compensation, not money for the supreme grade fountain of youth. 1,000,000 fortune pills to hire a 5th stage fulfillment realm expert was already too much. However, Lu Tiangong felt that the old tree wasn't an ordinary person. Since he knew that the Wu family was going to attack him, yet he still stayed here, he obviously had some tricks up his sleeve. Don't talk nonsense. How much do you have now? Give it to me. The old tree stretched out his hand. Now? Lu Tiangong raised an eyebrow. But when he saw that the situation had taken a turn for the better, he immediately took off his own universe ring and threw it over. There weren't many things in this universe ring because Lu Tiangong had used it to nurture the Lu family disciples. Even so, this universe ring was worth 100,000 fortune pills. These are the down payment. When the underworld assassins come in later, I'll catch them off guard. The old tree looked calm and composed, which made Lu Tiangong sigh in relief. It seemed that this old tree did have some tricks up his sleeve. Thank you, Senior. Lu Tiangong hurriedly thanked him. He hadn't revealed much of his strength. At least Wu Junying and the others didn't know his true strength. With the Eye of Myriad Forms, he could block 2 Wu family experts at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm all by himself. If the Wu family only had 1 helper at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, then they might not necessarily lose this battle because the Lu family also had a 5th level Fulfillment Realm expert. Since the Wu family wanted to destroy the Lu family didn't need to worry about anything else. In one word, fight. After the discussion, Lu Tiangong prepared to leave the giant tree protection barrier. However, right at this moment, which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my Qingyang sword sect? A loud shout entered everyone's ears. In the sky far away from the Green Sun Sword Sect, a group of experts came, causing the elders of the Green Sun Sword Sect to shout. There were more than 100 people in this group, and the leaders were 3 4th level Fulfillment Realm experts. Due to the lack of time, no one at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm passed by. Therefore, the strongest one was at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Seeing this, the other 5th level Fulfillment Realm expert of the Lu family let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Lu family might not be wiped out in this battle. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the lead said loudly, "Sect Master Wu, you are truly heartless. You actually want to carry out a sect cleansing?" Hearing this, the Green Sun Sword Sect disciples present were shocked. This group of assassins was actually invited by Sect Master Wu? Shut up. I didn't invite you here to spout nonsense. Wu Junying shouted angrily. This sentence undoubtedly confirmed the words of the middle-aged assassin just now. These people were really invited by Wu Junying. Sect Master, why did you invite these assassins? A Lu family elder couldn't help but ask. In truth, he already knew, but he still wanted to ask clearly and let the surrounding disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect know that the sect master was a treacherous person. Since she had already admitted it, Wu Junying didn't plan to hide it anymore. She said loudly, "Lu Tiangong, I will give you a chance now. If you leave the Green Sun Sword sect now, I can spare your lives." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present could not help but gasp in shock. As expected, the Wu family invited assassins this time to destroy the Lu family. Not to mention the disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect. Even outsiders knew about the two major factions in the sect. Now that Wu Junying had invited so many experts, it was obvious that she wanted to drive the Lu family away. When the Lu family heard this, their faces turned ashen and very ugly. The Lu family had worked hard in the Green Sun Sword sect, even if they didn't contribute. Besides, once the Lu family left, the Green Sun Sword sect would only have 2 5th-stage fulfillment realm experts left. Wu Junying, you want to drive my Lu family away just because of this supreme-grade immortal spring water? Lu Tiangong walked out of the giant wood protection barrier and glared at Wu Junying. This is not my idea alone, but the idea of my Wu family's 2 ancestors. Saying this, Wu Junying also turned around. At this time, 2 figures walked out of the Wu family camp. These 2 were the Wu family's 5th-stage fulfillment realm experts. One of them was called Wu Qianshan, and the other was called Wu Qianshui. The older brother, Wu Qianshan, was already 185 years old. In a few years, he would probably die. The younger brother, Wu Qianshui, was only 170 years old. He could live for many more years. This time, the Wu family wanted to buy the supreme-grade immortal spring water for Wu Qianshan. This way, the immortal spring water might be able to cure some of Wu Qianshan's hidden injuries and let him live for another 10 years. If he made a breakthrough in 10 years, he could live for a few more years. Driving the Lu family away was the decision made by the Wu family as a whole. If the Lu family didn't agree, then they had no choice but to destroy them. Lu Tiangong, we originally wanted to directly attack, but the ancestors of our 2 families have a very deep relationship after all, and your Lu family has also contributed to my Azure Yang sword sect, so you should leave. Wu Qianshan replied with an old voice. This voice was even more aged than the old tree. He sounded like he was on his last breath. Wu Qianshan, are you really going to be so heartless? A Lu family elder walked out. He was the 5th-stage fulfillment realm expert in the Lu family other than Lu Tiangong. His name was Lu Heng. He was 1 generation older than Lu Tiangong. Lu Heng, we once fought side by side. Let's go. Wu Qianshan sighed. The reason why the Wu family didn't attack immediately was mainly because he had some friendship with Lu Heng. Wu Qianshan, you want my Wu family to leave? Impossible. If you want to attack, then come. Lu Heng snorted coldly. Big brother, since the Lu family doesn't cherish the opportunity, then let's fight. Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui, yelled. Lu Heng, you really don't want to leave? Wu Qianshan couldn't help but ask again. Humph, you want us to leave? Impossible. Chapter 1270. That's right, we're not leaving. The Green Yang sword sect was established by our 2 ancestors. Why should we, the Lu family, leave? If you want to fight, then let's fight. We're not afraid. The disciples of the Lu family shouted one after another. Shut up. Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted. Wu family, do you really think you can defeat us today? Hearing this, Wu Junying couldn't help but say, Lu Tiangong, do you think you can fight us if you team up with Old Tree? Humph, do you think you can destroy the Lu family with these assassins? Lu Tiangong snorted. He thought the Wu family would find 5th-level fulfillment realm experts to help, but now there were only 3 4th-level fulfillment realm experts. The rest were nothing to be afraid of. The Lu family also had Old Tree at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. On the whole, the Lu family's strength should be slightly superior. But did the Wu family only invite Underworld Palace's assassins? Ha ha ha, Lu Tiangong. Do you think I only prepared? At this time, Wu Junying suddenly laughed. What? Hearing this, the Lu family people were shocked. Wu Junying had invited other people? Immediately, they thought of a force. There was only one force in this area that could invite experts in 2 days. Flying Scorpion Stronghold. While they were still in shock, another figure shot out from behind the Wu family's camp. This person was tall and sturdy, and had no hair. There was a black scorpion tattoo on the top of his head, and the big hammer in his hand was stained with dried blood. Flying Scorpion Stronghold's chief, Flying Scorpion? Lu Tiangong immediately recognized this bald man. Yes, this bald man was Flying Scorpion Stronghold's chief, Flying Scorpion. He was a 5th-level Fulfillment Realm expert. When this person appeared, the Lu family people's expressions turned ugly. Originally, they had 3 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts, but now the Wu family also had 3 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. No, it was more than 3. Me too. As soon as the voice fell, another figure attacked. This was a middle-aged man in blue clothes. Flying Scorpion Stronghold's second chief, Poison Scorpion? Lu Tiangong's face twitched. The Wu family, how much did they spend to invite 2 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts? However, the appearance of the venomous scorpion frightened the Wu family. I only invited Flying Scorpion. Why is venomous scorpion here? Wu Junying was puzzled. Sect Master Wu, you spent 400,000 fortune pills to invite my big brother. I don't need that much. 300,000 fortune pills is enough. Scorpion laughed loudly. I only need one. Wu Junying gritted his teeth and said. He could faintly sense the other party's intentions. 200,000 fulfillment pills was enough to hire a 5th-level Fulfillment Realm expert. In order to deal with the Lu family, he had doubled the number of flying scorpions to help. But now, Poison Scorpion had actually tagged along as well. However, he wasn't giving it away for free. Instead, he was asking for 300,000 fortune pills. 400,000 plus 300,000, that was 700,000. In addition to those assassins, he had spent nearly 1,000,000 Rui pills. This was not a small number. Sect Master Wu, you don't understand the current situation. If I didn't come, your Wu clan would only have 3 5th-stage Fulfillment Realm experts, and the Lu clan would only have 3 5th-stage Fulfillment Realm experts. If I were to come, then your Wu clan would have 4 members. Annihilating the Lu clan would be even more dependable. Scorpion sneered. Humph. There's no need. Wu Junying snorted coldly. He knew that Scorpion was here to take advantage of the situation and make a lot of money. After all, such a big order was not something that could be casually accepted. If that's the case, then forget it. After Scorpion finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and said, Big brother, I haven't sparred with you in a long time. Why don't we have a match today? When Flying Scorpion heard this, he chuckled and said, Sure. This sentence caused the hearts of the Wu clan members to tremble. What did Scorpion mean? Sparring? Could it be that Scorpion was going to side with the Lu clan? Lu clan, Scorpion will be here today. I'll give you a discount. 250,000 fulfillment pills. Do you want them? Scorpion suddenly shouted at Lu Tiangong. As expected, when those words fell into the ears of the people present, they all had the same guess in their hearts. Now, it seemed that Scorpion really did have such intentions. The Wu clan had spent 400,000 fulfillment pills to hire Flying Scorpion. If the Lu clan hired Scorpion, then wouldn't the Wu clan have wasted 400,000 fulfillment pills? At this moment, it was the Wu clan members' turn to have ugly expressions. Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui glared at the 2 fort leaders of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. It seemed that they were going to be cruelly robbed today. This was not the main point. The main point was that if they chased the Lu clan out of the Green Sunsword sect, then their strength would be the same as that of the Flying Scorpion stronghold with only 2 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. No matter what, the Flying Scorpion stronghold would be the biggest beneficiary today. After hearing Scorpion's words, Lu Tiangong's eyes lit up. He was about to speak when Wu Junying beat him to it and said, All right, 300,000 fulfillment pills. I accept. Haha, sect leader Wu, you're so straightforward. My big brother and I will listen to your orders today. Scorpion laughed and said, However, us brothers have the same rules. We'll pay half of the deposit first. Flying Scorpion had paid 400,000 fulfillment pills, while Scorpion had paid 300,000 fulfillment pills. The two added up to 700,000 fulfillment pills, so half would be 350,000. Before this, Flying Scorpion had already received the deposit, but Scorpion had not. Damn it, you 2 blood-sucking scumbags. After today, I'll make you spit out all of them. Wu Juniying's expression was dark. She took out a big bag from her universe ring and threw it to Scorpion, saying, "Only 150,000. All right, 150,000 first. After this is done, I'll give you 200,000. Scorpion put away the bag happily. Now, the Wu clan had 4 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts, while the Lu clan only had 3. Damn it! Seeing this, Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng cursed in their hearts. Originally, the Lu clan still had a chance to turn things around. However, with the addition of Scorpion, the Lu clan was in even more danger now. Lu Heng, I'll give you one more chance. If the Lu clan leaves just like this, we won't do anything. Wu Qianshan emphasized once more. Hearing this, Lu Heng turned to look at the Lu clan disciples behind him and said resolutely, "You want us to leave? Impossible. Today, only one of our clans can survive. Sigh, if that's the case, then so be it." Wu Qianshan sighed and said, "The battle between our clans will only be limited to the Fulfillment Realm. Those in the Nether Passage Realm should not join. If my Wu clan loses, I hope that your Lu clan can let the others go. If your Lu clan loses, we will let them go as well." "All right," Lu Heng replied immediately. Chapter 1271. In terms of strength, the Lu family currently had 2 5th-stage Fulfillment Realm cultivators, 1 old tree, and over 300 Fulfillment Realm cultivators. The Wu family's strength was about the same, but they still had 100 assassins and 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. Before the battle even started, the members of the Lu family already knew their fate. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he mixed in with the crowd of disciples. The 2 families were not on good terms, but they fought to the point of life and death. This was a world where the strong were respected. For the sake of profit, anything was possible. However, he did not plan to stand by and watch. He was prepared to make a big scene. Old Tree had already obtained many benefits. As long as he gave them to him, he could break through to the 3rd stage of the Fulfillment Realm. At that time, there would not be many people present who could stop him. He might be the one who benefited the most today, and not the 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. Lu Yuanhang is now my man. Although Lu Tiangong has a grudge against me, I will stand with the Lu family today. After all, Lu Tiangong will be killed by me. Yi Xian thought in his heart. When Mo Shui died at his hands, Nalan Bing was furious. This was everyone's temper. If they had a grudge against them, they would want to kill them with their own hands to vent their anger. If they died at the hands of others, this anger would continue to accumulate, which was not good for their state of mind. Yi Xian's plan was very simple. He would help the Lu family win this battle, then settle the score with Lu Tiangong and ask about the mysterious underworld duo demons. At this time, the atmosphere was very tense. The disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect had all retreated far away, afraid that they would be affected. No one would have thought that such a big battle would occur in the Green Sun Sword sect. Moreover, it was between their own people and the experts of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. However, in their hearts they all thought that the Lu family would lose. Seeing that no one had made a move yet, Yi Xian quickly moved closer to the old tree. When the battle began, he would immediately break through to the 3rd stage of the Fulfillment Realm and kill everyone. All Wu family members, listen to my order. Kill. After a few seconds of silence, Wu Junying shouted out loud. Immediately, all of the Wu family members rushed towards the Lu family. At the same time, the group of assassins also acted according to the situation. Flying Scorpion, Poison Scorpion. You two stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. When the battle began, the Wu family ancestor, Wu Qianshan, shouted loudly and rushed in another direction. This direction was the old tree's giant wood protection enchantment. Wu Qianshan was like a lamp that had run out of oil. After this battle, he would lose some of his lifespan, so he had to obtain the immortal spring water. Azure Sunbreak. Wu Qianshan, who was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, immediately channeled his lifeblood true energy and attacked the giant wood barrier. Boom! The sword light pierced through the air and landed on the giant tree protection barrier, breaking many of the tough branches. However, after these branches were broken, they quickly recovered. What a strong recovery ability! Wu Qianshan's face sank. At this moment, another figure flashed over. Big brother, let me help you. Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui, came to help. The Lu family only had 2 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts, so the 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold were enough to stop them. Therefore, Wu Qianshan wanted to kill the old tree first. After that, the situation would be more or less stabilized. In their hearts, the old tree's combat strength was probably not as good as Lu Heng's, so they wanted to kill him first. However, they were wrong. Ha ha ha. My giant tree protection enchantment is not something that just anyone can break. The old tree's loud laughter came from the giant tree nest. At the same time, Yi Xian had also arrived. Then, the old tree hastily broke open a hole and let Yi Xian in. Little young master, this is for you. Go on a killing spree. The old tree tossed all the things he obtained from Lu Tiangong to Yi Xian. All right, old tree, be careful. Yi Xian nodded and directly swallowed the items that were worth 100,000 fulfillment pills. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. The system notification caused Yi Xian's strength to undergo a tremendous change. He was at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with someone at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. However, don't forget that he still had the slaughter feast and other trump cards. Ding! The host has triggered a random quest. Kill 100 Wu family fulfillment realm experts by yourself, and make sure that no more than 100 Lu family fulfillment realm experts die. Reward for completing the quest. All targets will experience a breakthrough once. Another system notification sounded, and Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a random quest like this. However, the reward was too tempting. All targets could experience a breakthrough once. This meant that the old tree could break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm after the quest was completed. I must kill 100 Wu family experts by myself, and make sure that no more than 100 Lu family fulfillment realm experts die. Yi Xian quickly thought in his mind. The Wu family was mentioned in the quest, which meant that it didn't include assassins. Therefore, he had to focus on the Wu family. As long as he killed 100 Wu family members by himself, the battle was more or less over. No matter how many Lu family members died, he probably wouldn't lose more than 100. Wei Xintian, don't use Bladestorm this time, Yi Xian said in his mind. Wei Xintian's Bladestorm was an ultimate move. This quest looked a little troublesome, but it was actually very simple. Don't forget, there was still Luoluo. Yi Xian immediately left the giant tree protection barrier. Now it was time for him to show off his skills. Come, Dark Night Sky. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, the sky started to darken. Dark Night Sky was the reward of the random quest in the Wood Spirit primitive world where he destroyed the great bacterial empire. Could turn the sky into night, and it had a cooldown of 1 day. This way, Yi Xian would have the passive effect of the assassination state. What's going on? Why did the sky turn dark? Everyone, be careful. Everyone around was shocked. Why did the sky suddenly become covered with dark clouds? Moreover, it was incomparably dark, without a trace of light. Fortunately, the ones fighting were all fulfillment realm experts with spiritual senses, so they could still fight. Feast of Slaughter. Yi Xian hid in the darkness, and the passive effect of the assassination state took effect. His combat strength and speed were both significantly improved. Kill. After he roared in his mind, he also charged out. At the same time, Luoluo also appeared and used the Eye of Enchantment. The appearance of this large pink eyeball under the night sky attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 1272. Kill. Luoluo gave the order directly. Immediately, ambushes appeared within the Wu family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of sword energy pierced through the air. The controlled Wu family experts began to attack their own people. Under the circumstances of the ambush, the 50 people killed more than 20 people in an instant. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, began to kill. His targets were the Wu family experts at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. As expected, although the mission is a solo kill, Luoluo is my slave. If her controlled targets kill the Wu family members, it will be on my head. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seems that this random mission is very simple. In the blink of an eye, 50 people were killed. The Lu family, Wu family, and Assassin's first charge only killed a dozen or so people. What's going on? Wu Junying, the sect master of Green Sun Sword sect, and the others did not understand the situation. Why would those people from the Wu family suddenly attack their own people? Could it be that they were bought by the Lu family beforehand? No, it's that pink eyeball. It's controlling them. Wu Qianshan and the others immediately reacted. Unfortunately, Luo had already attacked. 100-layer Demon Fox Avatar. Rainbow Demon Fire. 1,000-layer Explosion. Luo used her signature move and bombarded the Wu family team. Bang! 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 In the air, a series of huge waves were set off, and the rumbling sounds were unceasing. Although Luo was only at the first level of the fulfillment realm, she was strong enough to challenge those above her level. Moreover, she was very good at group attacks. In just one round of bombardment, more than a dozen fulfillment realm martial practitioners had fallen, and one of them was a Wu family expert at the third level of the fulfillment realm. 30, 40, 50. The kill count in Yi Xian's mind kept increasing. After breaking through to the third level of the fulfillment realm, he could almost instantly kill third-level fulfillment realm experts. He did not even need to use the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon sword formation. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, madly killed the Wu family experts. Second brother. Seeing this, Wu Qianshan immediately shouted and rushed out at the same time. The Eye of Charm and Luo had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be troublesome. At the same time, he also discovered that a person suspected to be an assassin was slaughtering the experts of the Wu family. Yes, big brother. Wu Qianshui nodded and immediately flew towards Luo. Originally, the two ancestors of the Wu family had been aiming for the old tree, but now they had no choice but to leave. Haha! After fighting for so long, you want to leave now? The old tree inside the giant tree protection barrier suddenly laughed loudly. Then, the giant tree protection barrier quickly grew, directly blocking Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui. Divine Wood Prison. Stay here obediently. The old tree's voice fell into Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui's ears. At this time, they discovered that they were trapped in a prison of branches. Breakthrough. Wu Qianshan shouted and joined hands with Wu Qianshui to attack one point. The defense of the Divine Wood Prison was slightly weaker than the giant tree protection barrier, but the old tree didn't plan to trap them for too long. 3 seconds was enough. 3 seconds might seem like a short time, but the people fighting right now were all fulfillment realm experts. To them, 3 seconds felt like an eternity. If Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui were trapped for 3 seconds, the outcome of this battle would be decided. At this time, in the distant sky. This is bad. The two ancestors of the Wu family are trapped. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion's expressions changed. Their mission was to stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. But now, things were not as easy as they and the Wu family had imagined. The Wu family had a few more difficult missions, so it was hard to say who would win this battle. Luo, Yi Xian, and the old tree. These three people made a move, and in the blink of an eye, the Lu family, who was at a disadvantage, crushed the Wu family with overwhelming momentum. The situation suddenly became frightening. Big brother, what should we do? When Poison Scorpion saw this scene, he quickly moved to Flying Scorpion's side and asked, "It doesn't look good." Flying Scorpion shook his head and said, "I didn't expect the Lu family to be hiding so many experts. No wonder they are so calm." Then Poison Scorpion frowned. "Watch a little longer. If the situation is not good, we will leave immediately." Flying Scorpion shouted and charged toward Lu Tiangong again. Yi Xian and Luo's appearance disrupted the Wu family's formation. Even the Lu family did not know where Yi Xian and Luo came from. Could it be that they were acting bravely? What a joke. Wait, that little girl. At this time, Lu Tiangong's eyes flashed as if he thought of something. Before he escorted the Shen Ming duo to the next location, The Shenming duo gave him a portrait. The person in the portrait was a girl of the fox race, Luo Luo. He did not expect to meet her here. The two seniors said that this girl of the fox race was with the young man who left that day. Could that young man be here too? Lu Tiangong suddenly thought of Yi Xian, who broke through the void and left that day. However, he did not have time to think because Flying Scorpion was already charging toward him. Right now, he had to settle the battle between the two families first. Flying Scorpion, how dare you interfere? I will make sure you don't return. Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted. In the next moment, his left eye patch turned into nothingness. The eye of myriad forms. Ordinary people needed to move to use the power of myriad forms, but Lu Tiangong, who had the eye of myriad forms, could use it from a distance. Flying Scorpion immediately felt an additional power of myriad forms in his body. Is this the power of the eye of myriad forms? But it can't do anything to me. Flying Scorpion snorted coldly in his heart. At the same time, he was glad that Lu Tiangong only had one eye of myriad forms. If there were two, it would be troublesome. As for Lu Tiangong's other eye of myriad forms, no one knew where it was. In an instant, the two of them continued to fight. At the same time, the battle between the Wu family and the Lu family had reached its climax. Ding! The host has achieved the first requirement of the random mission. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. The first requirement of the random mission was to kill 100 of the Wu family's experts. He achieved it so quickly. Yi Xian did not expect it. After all, the battle had only started for 3 seconds. The Wu family originally had more than 300 people. Now that 100 of them were dead, there were only 200 left. Fortunately, they had the help of the assassins from the underworld. However, only 30 or so people from the Lu family had died. Chapter 1273. Now that the mission is complete, it's time to protect the Lu family experts. Yi Xian thought to himself as he charged toward the 4th level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. The Lu family and the Wu family both had more than a dozen 4th level Fulfillment Realm elders. As long as the Wu family had experts of this level, the outcome of this battle would be decided. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew out from the divine wood cage in the distance. Young master, I underestimated them. I only trapped them for a second. Old Tree said guiltily. It's fine. We'll take one each. Yi Xian didn't care. They were just 5th level Fulfillment Realm experts. It was nothing. After all, he had used the Eye of Control to control a new batch of experts. They were all 3rd level Fulfillment Realm experts. These people were all assassins. They were still in hiding and hadn't been exposed yet. You're the Wu family forefather, right? How dare you target my supreme grade Eternal Spring? You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he charged forward. Doppelganger. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Eruption. Ice and Fire Twin Dragons Sword Formation. Yi Xian used his trump cards and charged toward Wu Qianshan. It's you. Wu Qianshan's eyes turned red as he recognized Yi Xian. He was trapped in the Divine Wood prison earlier, and Yi Xian was hidden in the darkness. Even he couldn't find him. Now that Yi Xian had exposed himself, there was still a chance to turn the situation around if Yi Xian was killed. However, he was too naive. You guys, attack! Yi Xian gave orders to the 20 or so 3rd level Fulfillment Realm experts under his control. They immediately began to ambush the surrounding Wu family experts. Amidst the explosions, the Wu family experts fell one after another. They were caught off guard. What? The surrounding people were shocked. Why did the hired assassins suddenly betray the Wu family? Was it because of the pink eyeball? Kill. Anyone who goes against my Wu family. Kill them all. Wu Junying, the sect master of the Green Sun Sword sect, roared loudly. More than 30 members of the Wu clan had turned traitor. Now, even the assassins had turned traitor. This was going to be troublesome. Second brother. Let's go. When Fei Xie saw this, he didn't dare to stay any longer and left immediately. Go. Scorpion left as well. Of course, the main reason why the Flying Scorpion left was because Lu Tiangong was too powerful. If the battle continued for another 10 seconds, the flying scorpion would probably be killed by Lu Tiangong alone. The outcome had already been decided. The Wu family had lost. Flying scorpion, poison scorpion. You two mother asterisk curs. Seeing flying scorpion and poison scorpion leaving, the sect leader of Green Sun Sword Sect, Wu Junying, couldn't help but shout furiously. He had spent 350,000 Rui pills as a deposit, but he never expected that flying scorpion would become a deserter in less than 5 seconds after the battle started. Most importantly, once they left, who could stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng? Lu Tiangong looked at Fei Xie and Poison Scorpion with a flicker in his eyes. Although he really wanted to kill Fei Xie and Poison Scorpion, he didn't have the time. At this moment, he turned his gaze to a battlefield. Over there were 5 figures fighting. Old Tree was fighting with Wu Qianshui, while Wu Qianshan was being held back by a pair of twins. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that Wu Qianshan was actually at a disadvantage. That brat! Lu Tiangong's body trembled. As expected, Lu Tiangong had already confirmed that Lu Luo was the person the Xian Ming duo was looking for. Now that he saw Yi Xian, he was even more certain of this. However, he was surprised that Yi Xian, who had fled like a mouse when he saw him, was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, Yi Xian had grown to the point where he could contend with Wu Qianshan in such a short time. Didn't this mean that Yi Xian could also fight with him? Lu Tiangong hesitated when he thought of the Xian Ming duo's reward. As long as he captured Luo Luo, he would be able to obtain a huge reward, the Shattering Superpower. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were helping the Lu family now. Without these two people, they would be the ones being suppressed. If he attacked Luo Luo now, it wouldn't be right. Let's take care of the Wu family first. Lu Tiangong immediately made his decision. This was the right decision. After all, if he attacked Luo Luo, Yi Xian would very likely switch sides with the Wu family. At that time, the Lu family would be the one to be destroyed. Immediately, he and Lu Heng rushed toward Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui. The Wu family originally had 4 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. Now that Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion had left, there were only 2 left. At the same time, the invited assassins from the underworld also left when they saw that the situation wasn't right. The Wu family's original 400 people quickly dropped to 100 people. The Lu family, on the other hand, had twice as many people as them. The battle was already over. However, Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui were both 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. To Yi Xian, they were an enormous amount of killing intent, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. Yi Xian, who was attacking Wu Qianshan, suddenly felt 2 auras. He turned his head and saw that it was Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. Are these 2 people going to fight me? Or are they going to team up? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he had changed his appearance and his aura, Luo Luo and the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword formation had exposed him. Therefore, he guessed that Lu Tiangong should have recognized him. Yi Xian thought in his heart that if Lu Tiangong attacked him, then he would immediately switch sides to the Wu family and directly kill Lu Tiangong. However, he felt that Lu Tiangong wasn't that stupid. After all, one wrong move could cause the entire game to be lost. If Lu Tiangong dared to attack him, the Lu family might still be the winner, but they would still be slaughtered by Yi Xian. I'll help you, Lu Tiangong shouted and charged toward Wu Qianshan. In fact, when Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion left, Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui knew that they were going to die today. Lu Tiangong, remember our agreement, Wu Qianshan shouted. Before the battle, they had an agreement that the winner couldn't attack anyone below the Fulfillment Realm. In other words, they couldn't kill them all. Now that the Wu family was defeated, Wu Qianshan naturally had to protect his own clansmen. Okay, Lu Tiangong immediately replied. As long as the Wu family's Fulfillment Realm experts were all dead, they wouldn't be a threat to the Lu family. There was no need to kill them all. Big brother, Wu Qianshui, who was fighting Old Tree nearby, suddenly shouted. He suddenly thought of something. At this time, Wu Qianshan shouted and directly used the longsword in his hand to cut his own neck. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Wu family's ancestor, Wu Qianshan, actually committed suicide? The F***CK? Yi Xian was shocked. This was a huge amount of killing intent. How could he let it go so easily? However, he was still one step too slow. Rip! With a crisp sound, a head was thrown into the air. Chapter 1274. Yi Xian was stunned. He thought, why is Lu Tiangong here? If he did it himself, he could definitely kill Wu Qianshan in 5 seconds. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he couldn't compare to Wu Qianshan's suicide. At this time, Yi Xian's gaze quickly fell on Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui. Rip! Another crisp sound rang out. Wu Qianshui also committed suicide. The outcome was decided. Right now, the Wu family no longer had a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert. Forefather. When Wu Junying and the others saw the 2 heads, they immediately shouted. 2 patriarchs had fallen, which meant that the rest of them would definitely die as well. After all, the Lu family would never let these threats go. All fulfillment realm experts must die. Follow the forefather. Suddenly, someone shouted. A Wu family expert also swung his sword and committed suicide. Lu family, we will abide by the agreement. Son, father will take his leave first. See you in the next life. The Wu family experts committed suicide one after another. Corpses fell from the sky, and blood poured down like rain. Inside the Green Sun Sword sect, blood flowed like rivers. In the blink of an eye, the Wu family only had 30 fulfillment realm experts left. Almost all of them were young geniuses. They were afraid of death, so they didn't attack. Besides them, there was also the group of underworld assassins controlled by Yi Xian and some Wu family members. The Lu family didn't chase after them. They just surrounded them. As for the group of assassins, they had already fled far away. After them, we can't let those assassins go. Lu Hong came to his senses and immediately shouted. Although the assassins were hired, they had killed some Lu family members. Naturally, the Lu family wouldn't let them go. Immediately, the 4th-level fulfillment realm experts of the Lu family all gave chase. The battle was over. However, before this, Yi Xian had already taken Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui's universe rings and earned more than 100,000 fulfillment pills. At this time, the whole place was silent. The surrounding disciples of the Azure Yang Sword sect all held their breaths. In the Qingyang Sword sect, all the disciples had gathered around. There were more than 20,000 of them. They all knew that from now on, there would be no more Wu clan in the Qingyang Sword sect, only the Lu clan. The future sect master would also be a member of the Lu clan. Although a large number of the Wu family members had committed suicide, there were still a few high-ranking members of the Wu family who were still alive, including the sect master of the Qingyang Sword sect, Wu Junying. The winner takes all. Today, my Wu clan has lost. Wu Junying knelt on the ground and said to Lu Tiangong, Lu Tiangong, do you still remember the promise the ancestor made to you? Don't worry. My Lu family won't kill you all. Lu Tiangong nodded. All right, then I'm relieved. Wu Junying nodded and said, however, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did my Wu family lose today? After he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Yi Xian and the other 2. Without them, the Wu clan definitely wouldn't have lost this battle. Following Wu Junying's gaze, the gazes of over 20,000 people immediately gathered on Yi Xian's trio. Among them, Yi Xian was still wearing the Lu family's uniform. Haha, I'm not a member of the Lu family. I'm just here to look for someone, Yi Xian said with a grin. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were all shocked. Looking for someone? And then coincidentally stumbled upon this battle? Should they say that the Wu clan was unlucky, or that the Lu clan was lucky? Many people were also guessing in their hearts who Yi Xian was looking for. At this moment, Lu Tiangong said, Kid, you're here to seek revenge, right? From Luoluo and the twin dragons of ice and fire, he already knew that Yi Xian was the one who escaped that day. That's right. Yi Xian nodded and took off his disguise mask, revealing his true face, and said, You almost killed me that day. Today I'm here to seek revenge. However, I don't want you to die at the hands of others, so I helped a little. Boom! Hearing this, Wu Junying and the others couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the person Yi Xian was looking for was Lu Tiangong, There was a grudge between them. Yi Xian wanted to kill Lu Tiangong with his own hands, so he helped the Lu clan. It seemed that the heavens really wanted to destroy the Wu clan. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Are you going to act now? Lu Tiangong narrowed his eyes. Not for now. You can deal with your clan first. Yi Xian shook his head and said, All right. Lu Tiangong ignored Yi Xian and turned to look at Wu Junying. The Wu clan still had a few fulfillment realm martial practitioners left, so they had to be dealt with. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. At this time, Wu Junying suddenly stood up and turned to look at the group of Wu clan young geniuses. Clan master, no, don't. I don't want to die, uncle. Let me go. Father, what are you doing, father? Wu Junying's sons were among these young geniuses. However, the Lu clan wouldn't let them live. I'm sorry, you all. Be on your way. Wu Junying sighed and directly swept out with her sword. Slash! 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 With Wu Junying's 4th level fulfillment realm cultivation, she beheaded more than 20 people with a single swing of her sword. Then, she killed everyone with another swing of her sword. Let's go too. Beside Wu Junying, Wu Yong also raised his hand and slit his own throat. Wu Junying also committed suicide without another word. Now, other than the Wu clan members under Luoluo's control, the Lu clan no longer had any fulfillment realm martial practitioners. However, the sounds didn't stop. Slash! 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 After receiving Yi Xian's orders, Luoluo also ordered the charmed Wu clan members to commit suicide. Yi Xian needed to test something. As expected, the Wu clan members who committed suicide also had killing intent points because they were under Luoluo's control, and Luoluo was Yi Xian's slave. Yi Xian had killing intent points for the people they killed. When they committed suicide, Yi Xian also had killing intent points. Now, there wasn't a single fulfillment realm Wu clan member in the Green Sun Sword sect. Of course, there were still some outside. Yi Xian used the power of all creations to gather these people's universe rings. This wasn't a small sum. 300,000. Yi Xian obtained 300,000 fulfillment pills from this battle, and this didn't include the 100,000 Lu Tiangong gave to the old tree. Uncle, this little fox is my target. Lu Tiangong suddenly said in a small voice. Previously, Lu Tiangong received orders to rescue the Shenming duo demons and escort them for a while. Lu Hong also knew about this because the person who gave the order to Lu Tiangong was also a member of the Lu clan. As long as we capture her, we can get a fragmented divine ability? Lu Hong asked softly. Fragmented divine ability. That little fox was worth a fragmented divine ability. A fragmentation divine ability was a fragmentation realm martial practitioner's divine ability. If they could obtain it, even if they could only use it once in a short period of time, they would be able to dominate. Chapter 1275. 5th level of the fulfillment realm? 6th level of the fulfillment realm? 7th level of the fulfillment realm? As long as they learned the shattering divine power, they would be able to beat up even a 7th level fulfillment realm expert. However, all of this had to be done after Luoluo was captured. Ding, host has completed the random mission. All objects realms have increased. Ding, Wei Jintian has broken through. Ding, Luoluo has broken through. Ding, Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. The 4 system notifications caused Yi Xian to be overjoyed. Wei Jintian had broken through very quickly. Luoluo was originally about to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, but now, she had broken through ahead of time. Not only that, this time she had directly increased by 1 level. For example, Luoluo's experience had increased from 80% of the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm to 80% of the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, not the initial 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. It was a direct increase of 1 level, not a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. However, what made Yi Xian most gratified was that Old Tree had broken through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. Young master, what did you do? I feel like I broke through. Old Tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Nothing. I just used a secret art. Yi Xian casually replied. Old Tree knew that he did not want to talk about it, so he did not ask. Yi Xian did not tell anyone about this. Not even Luoluo. Right now, no one noticed the change in Old Tree. Their attention was on Lu Tiangong and Yi Xian. "Young man, I thank you for your help," Lu Tiangong said. "Forget about the thanks. Next, it's time to settle our old debts." Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "You almost killed me back then, so today, I'm here to take revenge. Do you want to fight me together, or one-on-one?" The moment he said this, the surrounding Lu family disciples and Green Sun Sword Sect disciples were all shocked. Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, but he wanted to fight Lu Tiangong one-on-one, and even two-on-one. This was too terrifying. However, Yi Xian's strength was clear for all to see. Even Wu Qianshan was beaten to the point that he had no temper in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian did indeed have the strength to challenge Lu Tiangong alone. Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng knew all this. "Since it's a grudge between you and me, then don't involve others. Let's have a life and death battle," Lu Tiangong said very calmly. "All right, a battle of life and death," Yi Xian immediately responded. In fact, whether it was Lu Tiangong alone or with Lu Heng, Yi Xian was not afraid. After all, he still had the Blade Storm. Lu Tiangong had used up a lot of true qi just now, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, so he had already recovered to his peak. Although Lu Tiangong possessed the Eye of All Things, Yi Xian was confident that he could kill Lu Tiangong. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly landed on the ground and cloned. Immediately, 2 illusory heavenly dragons appeared, one of ice and one of fire. What a miraculous ability! Is that a true qi clone, or is it real? It should be true qi. It's really impossible. He's not even afraid of the Wu family's ancestor. It's hard to say how the Grand Elder will fare in this battle. The surrounding Lu family members and Green Sun Sword Sect disciples discussed. Lu Tiangong also landed on the ground with Yi Xian. At this time, the surrounding people had already retreated far away. A battle between 5th-level fulfillment realm experts was no laughing matter. If they were caught in the shockwaves, they would either be severely injured or killed. Yi Xian stood on the ground and looked at Lu Tiangong. Although he was confident that he could win, he still had to be careful. On land, he had 9 agility advancement boosts to his movement speed. "Come on, kid," Lu Tiangong said to Yi Xian. "There's no rush. Let me ask you a few questions first." Yi Xian suddenly said, "I know what you want to ask. Wait until you defeat me." Lu Tiangong refused to answer. "All right, then I'll defeat you first." Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, he attacked. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin dragons of ice and fire sword formation. Yi Xian attacked with all his strength. At the same time, Wei Jintian, who had broken through to the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, also moved out from the side. Eye of Myriad. After the battle began, Lu Tiangong's left eye flashed and instantly sent Wei Jintian flying. The Eye of Myriad could use the power of Myriad from a distance, and its speed was much faster than ordinary people. Unfortunately, Wei Jintian was now at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. He was very tough and could not be destroyed so easily. After Wei Jintian was sent flying, he turned into a streak of light and shot out again. Twin Dragon Roar. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a dangerous aura spread. Lu Tiangong focused his eyes and saw a dragon's aura attacking him. So powerful. Under other circumstances, he would have chosen to dodge. However, there were countless Lu family disciples watching. If he dodged, wouldn't he be admitting defeat? Green Sun Sword Bell. Lu Tiangong immediately used the strongest defensive divine ability of the Green Sun Sword Sect. Immediately, a huge cyan bell surrounded him. The Eye of Myriad could not only be used from a distance, but also increase the power of Myriad. Simply put, Lu Tiangong's Myriad was stronger than ordinary people. Boom! The twin dragon roar slammed into the Green Sun Sword Bell, and a bell sound immediately spread out. Fortunately, the disciples were far away, or else someone's head would have exploded. Lu Tiangong was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, and his cultivation was not low. Yi Xian was at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. There was a difference of 2 levels, so this time no one had the upper hand. However, Yi Xian did not use killing intent explosion for this twin dragon roar, so its power was only half. He did this to lower Lu Tiangong's guard. Lu Tiangong, try this again. At this time, Yi Xian gathered his true energy again and launched another attack. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another dragon's breath erupted. Lu Tiangong's expression turned serious, and he used the green sun sword bell again. However, as the dragon's breath approached, his expression changed abruptly. This time, the aura was twice as strong as before. Not good. Lu Tiangong's expression changed greatly, and he immediately abandoned the green sun sword bell to escape. However, because he was too slow, he was directly shocked by the aftershock of the twin dragon roar, and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The dignified Grand Elder of the Green Sun Sword Sect was actually beaten to the point of spitting blood by a junior at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. This stunned the surrounding people. This kid's strength has increased so quickly. Even the top geniuses of my sect are not 1/10 of his strength. Lu Tiangong hurriedly stabilized his injuries and thought to himself. While he was surprised, Yi Xian had already turned into 2 streams of light and attacked him from the left and right. This time, Lu Tiangong did not defend and directly attacked. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Chapter 1276. The 2 giant golden bells fell. One missed, while the other successfully trapped Lu Tiangong and Yi Xian inside. Is this the Green Sun Sword Bell? Lu Tiangong's expression froze. The Green Sun Sword Bell was one of the Green Sun Sword Sect's wishful will divine ability. Not everyone could learn it, and now Yi Xian actually used a similar divine ability. Was it a coincidence? Lu Tiangong didn't understand. At the same time, he also didn't understand why Yi Xian used this skill. The Green Sun Sword Bell was only used for defense. However, before he could even attack, Yi Xian had already used it. Why? In the next moment, he understood. Lu Tiangong, take this. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of ice and fire dragons. The 2 heavenly dragon phantoms merged into one and roared at the sky. Boom! A sound wave attack quickly spread out. What? Lu Tiangong turned pale with fright. He hurriedly used the all-creation strength to protect himself. At the same time, he kept attacking to weaken the sound wave attack. Now, he understood Yi Xian's method. He used echoes. Echoes came from all directions. Break. Lu Tiangong attacked as he retreated. Then, he suddenly turned around and prepared to break the double dragon sword bell. But at this moment, the 2 Yi Xian suddenly attacked from the left and right. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Ice and Fire Double Dragon Sword Array. Lu Tiangong was suddenly attacked from both sides. What a troublesome brat. Lu Tiangong was a little regretful. That day he was careless and allowed Yi Xian to escape. If he had known, he would have killed Yi Xian on that day. However, he forgot that if Yi Xian was killed on that day, the Lu family would probably be destroyed as well. Lu Tiangong, I have many tricks up my sleeve. Have a taste of this. When this voice rang out, Lu Tiangong felt his surroundings change. The people around him had disappeared, and in their place were countless flame demons. Beneath his feet was scorching hot magma. Illusion? Mental attack? Lu Tiangong immediately reacted. Sure enough, Yi Xian had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It was too scary. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. I have control. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. What? You want to control me? Lu Tiangong was shocked. How could an expert at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the Grand Elder of the Green Sun Sword Sect, become someone else's slave? No. Lu Tiangong continued to resist. This old fellow has lived for more than 100 years. His soul is incredibly powerful, so it won't be that easy to control him. Thankfully, I have the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life. Let's exhaust his true energy first. Yi Xian thought to himself. Even if he was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, as long as he didn't have any true energy, he was like a piece of fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. But at this time, the Lu family's other 5th level Fulfillment Realm expert, Lu Heng, quietly approached Luoluo. As long as he could obtain a fragmented divine ability, he could do anything. After all, as long as he had a fragmented divine ability, the strength of the Green Sun Sword Sect would increase exponentially. Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Perception and the Eye of Revelation, naturally knew Lu Heng's whereabouts. Too naive. It won't be that easy to touch Luoluo. Yi Xian thought to himself. Beside Luoluo was the old tree, who had broken through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. If Lu Heng dared to attack, the old tree would crush him to death. When Lu Heng saw that Lu Tiangong was suppressed by Yi Xian and was about to lose, his expression turned serious and he immediately attacked Luoluo. Yi Xian was at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, but he had the ability to fight against Wu Qianshui and Lu Tiangong. He was very monstrous. Although Luoluo was also at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, Lu Heng didn't believe that Luoluo had the same strength. The only thing he had to be wary of was the old tree. How could a human not be able to beat a tree? However, he was wrong. This tree wasn't simple. Little thing, how dare you touch the little fox? You're courting death. The old tree had received Yi Xian's sound transmission and pretended to be paying attention to the battle. Now that he saw Lu Heng attack, his large hand grabbed fiercely. Slap! Crack! Boss Tree reached out and grabbed Lu Heng in his hand. With just a casual squeeze, he crushed Lu Heng's bones. Lu Heng couldn't help but cry out in pain. He never thought that he would be caught so easily. How was this possible? TSK, young man, do you think this old man is only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm? The old tree suddenly started to show off. What? This sentence frightened Lu Heng. Was this old tree not at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, but the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? How dare you touch the little fox? You deserve 10,000 deaths. However, the one who will decide your fate is not me, but my young master. The old tree suddenly turned and looked at Yi Xian. Following the old tree's gaze, Lu Heng realized that the young master the old tree was talking about was Yi Xian. How was it possible that a 3rd-level fulfillment realm cultivator had a 6th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast as a servant? Not only that, even the surrounding people felt that it was impossible. The former Grand Supreme Elder was caught instantly and couldn't move. He must be at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. That old tree is at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? Why did the former Grand Supreme Elder attack? The Lu family members and the Qingyang Sword Sect disciples didn't understand. This battle was clearly between Yi Xian and Lu Tiangong, and Lu Tiangong had said that it would be a one-on-one battle. But now Lu Heng was using a sneak attack. What was going on? Lu Tiangong, you really want to catch Luoluo? Yi Xian suddenly stopped. I can't help it. As long as I catch her, I can get a fragmented divine ability. Lu Tiangong sighed. Now I'll give you a chance. Submit to me. If you don't, he will be crushed to death, and I will destroy your Lu family and even the entire Qingyang Sword Sect. Yi Xian said in a threatening tone. Sigh! Lu Tiangong sighed again. If the old tree was only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, they might be able to fight against Yi Xian. But now, the old tree was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. Even if he and Lu Heng worked together, they might not be a match for the old tree, let alone Yi Xian alone. Also, he felt that Yi Xian hadn't used his full strength in the battle. This time, they were completely defeated. It's not that I can't submit to you, but I have a request, Lu Tiangong said. Originally, he didn't have the right to talk about conditions, but Yi Xian wanted to hear what it was. Speak, Yi Xian said. Chapter 1277. After Lu Tiangong's reminder, Yi Xian came to his senses as well. The current Qingyang Sword Sect was probably as strong as the Flying Scorpion Stronghold, or even weaker. That's a small matter. I can promise you that, but I'll say this first. I'll take away your Eye of Myriad. Yi Xian nodded. All right, Lu Tiangong answered without hesitation. The Eye of Myriad was indeed a good item, but there was only one, so its power could not be maximized. Compared to the entire Lu family, the Eye of Myriad was nothing. If that's the case, then don't resist. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he used the Eye of Control on Lu Tiangong. Ding! Control successful. Lu Tiangong was willing, so he was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Now, the Grand Elder of Qingyang Sword Sect, Lu Tiangong, was Yi Xian's servant. However, this was not the end. "Greetings, Master." Lu Tiangong knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully. This scene frightened the surrounding people. The strongest person of the Lu family and Qingyang Sword Sect was controlled by Yi Xian. Lu Heng, who was caught by the old tree, was also shocked because Lu Tiangong's strength was above his. However, whether it was Yi Xian or the old tree, they were not ordinary people. The most terrifying one was the little fox, Luo Luo. She had a fragmented superpower, so there must be something extraordinary about her. "Lu Heng, he has submitted to me. It's your turn." Yi Xian suddenly turned to Lu Heng and said. Lu Heng, who was caught by the old tree, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, did not even have the ability to resist. If the old tree wanted to, he would probably be crushed into pieces. Therefore, he could only choose to submit. Ding! Control successful. Another system notification sounded. Then the old tree released Lu Heng. Now Yi Xian controlled the entire Qingyang Sword Sect. If he wanted to, he could become the sect leader of Qingyang Sword Sect. However, he did not think much of Qingyang Sword Sect. Lu Tiangong. "Give me the eyes of myriad forms." After controlling Lu Heng, Yi Xian said to Lu Tiangong. "Yes." Lu Tiangong didn't dare to be negligent. He directly put his hand into his left eye, and with a slight tug, he removed the eye of myriad. Last time, Yi Xian didn't notice anything strange, so he thought Lu Tiangong was just blind in one eye. This time, he accurately saw that the eye of all things was only connected to Lu Tiangong's true qi. It didn't grow in the eye. In order to install this eye of nature, Lu Tiangong had personally dug out his left eye. Yi Xian used his 10,000 mammoths force to hold up the eye of myriad mammoths and carefully examined it. He didn't want this eye of nature to replace his left eye. Instead, he was preparing to devour it. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of myriad forms. Ding! The host's strength of all creations has increased. The system notifications rang continuously. As expected, after devouring this eye of myriad forms, Yi Xian's strength of all creations had increased. Moreover, he had obtained the ability to use the strength of all creations from a distance. Of course, there was a distance limit. Originally, the strength of all creations increased as the strength of one soul increased. Yi Xian's soul was already stronger than others. Now, after devouring this eye of myriad forms, it was even stronger. I wonder if the effects will multiply if I devour another eye of myriad forms. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was very curious. He glanced at Lu Tiangong and exchanged for a fake eye. "Put on this fake eye first. It'll be almost the same as your original eye." Seeing this, Lu Tiangong's single eye lit up. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." "Lu Heng, clean up the battlefield. Collect all the spoils for me." Yi Xian turned his head and said to Lu Heng. Then, he said to Lu Tiangong, "Come with me." He came to the Qingyang Sword Sect this time to find Lu Tiangong. He had a lot of questions to ask. Soon, Yi Xian brought him to the giant wood protection barrier. Where did the twin fiends of the mysterious underworld go? Yi Xian went straight to the point. "I'm not sure. I only escorted them to Flying Sand City and handed them to my ex-wife." Lu Tiangong shook his head. "Flying Sand City, ex-wife?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had been in this world for 10 years, but this was the first time he heard the word ex-wife. "Tell me in detail." "It's like this. My ex-wife left me a few decades ago and married the city lord of Flying Sand City. However, we still have her. This time, she got the news, so she sent me a message asking me to pick up the Shenming duo demons. I escorted the Shenming duo demons to Flying Sand City. Then, she asked someone to escort them to other places." Lu Tiangong said honestly. "Is there anything else?" Yi Xian continued to ask. "No. The Shenming duo demons kept asking me to send people to look for Master and Miss Luoluo. I sent people, but there was no news." Lu Tiangong shook his head. "Then have you heard of the Yin Yang Temple?" "No." Lu Tiangong shook his head again. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Although the Qingyang sword sect was not bad, it was only a third realm of connecting heaven realm. It was still far from the nirvana realm. It was normal that he did not know. Okay, then how did you get the eyes of myriad forms? Yi Xian changed the topic. My ex-wife and I obtained these eyes of myriad forms after we killed a heaven-reaching beast during our training. At that time, we divided the eyes of myriad forms equally. One for me, and the other for my ex-wife. Lu Tiangong answered. A connecting heaven beast? What was it like? Yi Xian frowned, suddenly interested. I don't remember clearly. Lu Tiangong said subconsciously. Don't remember clearly? What do you mean? Yi Xian didn't understand. How could a fulfillment realm expert with an outstanding memory forget such an important matter? Lu Tiangong was under his control, so there was no way he was lying. I don't know either. I don't remember the shape of this connecting heaven beast. I don't even remember its cry. Lu Tiangong shook his head. In that case, it would appear that there's something special about that heaven-reaching beast. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. He took out a map and looked at it. Flying Sand City was 3 days away from the Qingyang sword sect. However, with Yi Xian's current speed, it would only take 2 days. Next, Yi Xian asked Lu Tiangong a few more questions. Not long after, Lu Heng walked in. Master, these are the spoils of war from the Lu family and the assassins. Lu Heng handed over a bag full of universe rings. Very good. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He grabbed a handful of universe rings and began to madly devour them. Ding! Wei Jintian has broken through. He is now at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Chapter 1278. Ding! Wei Jintian has broken through. Current level of fulfillment realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level of fulfillment realm. 2 system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. As for the remaining treasures, he left them for Luoluo. Young master, where are we going now? Luoluo also walked in and asked. You go and cultivate. Old Tree will stay in Azure Sun Sword Sect. I'll bring them out to hunt down the 2 fort masters of Flying Scorpion Stronghold. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left with Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. Both of them were at the 5th level of Fulfillment Realm. As for Yi Xian, he was using the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. With the support of an expert's 10,000 mammoth power, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor's flying speed would increase by a lot. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion had just left. They would probably be able to catch up very soon, as long as they were returning to Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Since he had promised Lu Tiangong, Yi Xian had to fulfill his promise to destroy Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Yi Xian and the other 2 rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and left Azure Sun Sword Sect. With the support of 3 experts and the 10,000 mammoth power, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor's speed approached the 6th level of Fulfillment Realm. In just 2 minutes, Yi Xian found Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion. As it turned out, the 2 of them weren't planning to return to Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Instead, they were wandering around Azure Sun Sword Sect, preparing to make more money. Unfortunately, they encountered Yi Xian, Lu Tiangong, Lu Heng. After seeing the 3 people on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion were shocked. They quickly turned around and ran. Previously, Lu Tiangong was fighting Flying Scorpion alone. If he had a few more seconds, Flying Scorpion would have been killed by Lu Tiangong. Now that Yi Xian and Lu Heng were here, Flying Scorpion didn't have the strength to fight back. Unfortunately, their speed was much slower than the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. Go! With Yi Xian's order, Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng immediately charged out. At the same time, he rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and blocked the 2 fort masters. Double Dragon Sword Bell. The 2 Yi Xian immediately used their trapping divine skill. In the blink of an eye, Flying Scorpion and Poisonous Scorpion were trapped inside. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. The Ice Dragon and the Flame Dragon suddenly merged and let out an earth-shattering roar. The dragon's roar quickly spread out. Block it! Flying Scorpion yelled and joined forces with Scorpion, preparing to block the sound wave attack. As for Lu Tiangong and Lu Hang, they had Yi Xian's genuine qi and strength of all creations on them, so this attack did not have much of an effect on them. Azure Sun Break. The two of them simultaneously used the strongest attack of the Qingyang sword sect. Bang! Bang! Two crisp sounds rang out as both Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion flew backwards. Twin Dragon Roar. This dragon breath engulfed the two of them. Yi Xian of the Fulfillment Realm was already at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm, but he didn't use his killing intent eruption because he didn't want to kill the two Fort Masters. Scorching Hell. Eye of Control. The two Fort Masters were heavily injured, so Yi Xian took the opportunity to control them. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control succeeded. Ding! Control succeeded. In the end, the two Fort Masters couldn't escape this fate and were controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion knelt on one knee and cupped their fists respectfully. These 2 potions are for you. Yi Xian tossed them 2 potions and summoned Luoluo at the same time. Luoluo was also at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm, so Yi Xian wanted her to charm the 2 Fort Masters. This way, when Yi Xian's Eye of Control was not enough in the future, the 2 Fort Masters would not be released from his control. Ding! Flying Scorpion has escaped control. Ding! Poison Scorpion has escaped control. 2 more system notifications rang out. Just like that, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion were handed over to Luoluo by Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian walked over and took their universe rings. Previously, Wu Junying had paid them 350,000 fulfillment pills as a deposit. Adding the wealth that the two brought out, the 2 universe rings had about 600,000 fulfillment pills in them. The 2 of you will join the Azure Sun Sword sect from now on. As for your Flying Scorpion fort, I will destroy it directly. Yi Xian said to the 2. Yes, Master. Please do as you wish. The 2 Fort Masters nodded respectfully. The Flying Scorpion fort was built by them single-handedly. There were countless experts in it, and it was comparable to the current Azure Sun Sword sect. Although it was a pity to destroy it, Yi Xian was their master's master, so they still had to listen to his orders. Then, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor flew towards the Flying Scorpion fort with Yi Xian and the other 4 Fort Masters. With 4 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts supporting it with the power of all creations, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor speed was very fast. It only took them half a day to reach the Flying Scorpion fort. Fort Master and 2nd Fort Master are back. Who are those 3? They should be the people who joined our Flying Scorpion fort. Their auras are so strong. They are at least at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. When Yi Xian and the other 4 Fort Masters arrived at the Flying Scorpion fort, the people in the Flying Scorpion fort welcomed them with joy. However, what awaited them next was the sharpness of blood. The Flying Scorpion fort is filled with a group of vicious people who commit all kinds of crimes. It's not a pity to kill them. Go! Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Lu Tiangong and the other 3 Fort Masters. Lu Tiangong and the other 3 Fort Masters were all 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. Any 2 of them would be enough to raise the Flying Scorpion fort to the ground. Moreover, there was also Yi Xian, a super genius who could challenge those above his level. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire. Yi Xian formed a giant golden bell. However, this time he was not inside but outside. The Flying Scorpion fort was built in a valley, so the dragon roars could be heard everywhere. Ah! My head is going to explode. What's going on? Why is the Fort Master attacking us? I remember now. Those 2 people are wearing the robes of the Green Sun Sword sect. Is the Fort Master working together with the Green Sun Sword sect to eliminate us? Run! The martial practitioners of the Flying Scorpion fort fled in all directions. Another dragon's roar rang out. Every Flying Scorpion fort martial practitioner at or below the 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm collapsed to the ground. Try this move again. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Eruption. Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire. He had only used the normal Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire before. This time, the power was at least twice as strong as before. Immediately, a second-level Fulfillment Realm expert collapsed to the ground. Other than Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion, there were 8 fourth-level Fulfillment Realm experts in the Flying Scorpion Fort. However, Lu Tiangong and the other 3 fort masters took care of these 8 people. Since they were all Yi Xian's servants, the killing intent points of the people they killed were all added to Yi Xian. Although the killing intent points were almost inexhaustible, there were still a few more God of Slaying bloodline skills that had not been activated. Who knew if there were skills that consumed a lot of killing intent points? Therefore, one could never have too many killing intent points. There were more than 10,000 people in the Flying Scorpion Fort, and more than 9,000 had died to Yi Xian's bell. Chapter 1279. The entire Flying Scorpion stronghold was bathed in blood. The smell of blood spread to more than 10 miles away, and the stronghold was filled with screams. A few minutes later, Yi Xian and a few others were the only ones left in the Flying Scorpion stronghold. The Flying Scorpion stronghold often committed robberies and had captured many beautiful girls and women. There were more than 1,000 of them, and some of them were even toyed with 10 to 20 times a day. Fortunately, these people were released by the Flying Scorpion stronghold early in the morning, and Yi Xian covered them with his true qi so they were not injured. Oh my God! They're all dead. Thank you, Master. Thank you. These girls kowtowed to Yi Xian. Even if the ground was covered in blood and broken limbs. All of you take some money and leave. Go back to where you came from. Yi Xian waved his hand and threw a bag to each of them. The money in the bag was enough to last them for the rest of their lives. Thank you, Master. The group of girls thanked him again and again, then left. The Flying Scorpion stronghold was one of the local tyrants in this area. Now that it was destroyed, they would be fine. Then Yi Xian asked those who were controlled by Luoluo to collect the spoils of war. All of you go too, Yi Xian said to Lu Tiangong and the others. Yes. Lu Tiangong and the others nodded and dispersed. However, at this moment, ding! The killing intent value of the host has reached the upper limit of the current level. If you choose to clear it to 0, you will obtain 1 devour point. The system suddenly notified. What? If I choose to clear it to 0, I will obtain 1 devour point. Yi Xian was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but say to himself, the Godslayer bloodline is indeed the Godslayer bloodline. I can actually use this method to obtain devour points. This time, it was probably because he had obtained a large amount of killing intent value from the massacre of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. If he chose to clear it to 0, he would obtain 1 devour point. This would take some time, and he would not be able to use some of the Godslayer bloodline skills, such as Killing Intent Explosion and Blade Storm. If he did not clear it to 0, he would not obtain 1 devour point. Compared to devour points, what was the killing intent value? 0. Yi Xian made his decision. Ding! Killing intent has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 devour point. The system prompted again. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva when he saw the devour point on the interface. This was not bad at all. If the one who obtained this was a ruthless person, then he would probably slaughter all the surrounding forces. That way, the killing intent value could once again reach the upper limit of the current level, and then choose to reset it to 0. But Yi Xian wouldn't do that. Although he was capable of killing, and had killed quite a number of people, he would not kill innocent people. Previously, he could have used Blade Storm several times, but he was worried about the innocent civilians around him, so he did not use it. For example, when he was in Tianyuan City, he could use Blade Storm to kill Mad Dragon. Now, the system had already cleared the killing intent value to 0. Not only could he not use Killing Intent Explosion and Blade Storm, even Dark Knight Canopy could not be used. Fortunately, his spoils of war were still being collected. As long as he devoured those killing weapons, he would be able to obtain a large amount of killing intent points, so he did not have to worry too much. Master! The items have been collected. After a while, Lu Tiangong and the others handed the items to Yi Xian. In the entire Flying Scorpion stronghold, only a handful of people had managed to escape, so their spoils of war were all gathered here. Yi Xian unceremoniously threw all the items into the devour space, and then calculated that there were about 1,000,000 low-grade fulfillment pills. Ding, Wei Jintian has broken through. Currently at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. There was only one notification from the system. Unfortunately, every time Yi Xian broke through, his leveling up experience would greatly increase, so he could not break through this time. But the transcending heaven artifacts inside gave him a large amount of killing intent, so he could use killing intent explosion and bladestorm again. Just as Yi Xian was inspecting those strange items, he found an interesting transcending heaven artifact. It was a wooden seal with a heavenly dragon carved on it. Previously, he had only devoured swords and weapons, so this item was a little strange, so he kept it. Ding! This item can be used as a transcendent artifact. The system notification sounded again. Transcendent artifact? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly looked. He found that there was a transcendent artifact that could be refined called the Divine Wood Seal. And the transcendent artifact's artifact spirit was the old tree. Old tree, do you want to become immortal and indestructible? Yi Xian transmitted in his mind. Hearing this, the old tree in the green sun sword sect paused and said, "Who doesn't want to? All right, I have a way to help you become immortal and indestructible. As long as my 3 clones don't die, you won't die." Wei Jintian is in such a state now, Yi Xian said again. The other side paused again. "Little young master, your methods are truly heaven-defying. Come, I want to live forever," the old tree replied. "Then I'll return immediately." Yi Xian nodded. Immediately, he broke through the void and brought Lu Tiangong and the others back to the giant tree protection barrier of the Green Sun Sword Sect. At this time, in the giant tree protection barrier, the old tree looked at Yi Xian expectantly. Ding! Refining the Divine Wood Seal will consume 1 devour point. Proceed? The system notification sounded. Yi Xian remembered that when he refined the first transcendent artifact, the heaven-shaking sword, he did not consume any devour points. But at that time, he had just leveled up and the transcendent artifact system had just been activated, so he was rewarded with a chance to refine a transcendent artifact for free. As for the second time, he did not consume any devour points. Perhaps because the transcendent artifact's quality was not good enough or because the Dragon Ball was rare. Now that the Divine Wood Seal required 1 devour point, Yi Xian happened to get 1 devour point. Moreover, he felt that it was worth it. The transcendent artifact's Divine Wood Seal skills would change according to its artifact spirit. At least, it was very good to have the old tree as its artifact spirit skill. Yes. Immediately, Yi Xian put the old tree into the storage space and replied in his mind. Ding! Begin refining transcendent artifact. Ding! The transcendent artifact's Divine Wood Seal has been successfully refined. Finally, Yi Xian refined the 3rd transcendent artifact, the Divine Wood Seal. After the transcendent artifact's Divine Wood Seal was successfully refined, Yi Xian immediately summoned the old tree. Now that I'm immortal and indestructible, it doesn't feel any different. The old tree touched its withered body and asked curiously, "No, you've changed a lot. Old tree, you can even change into a human form now." Yi Xian said with a smile. A human form? Really? Chapter 1280. After a long while, the old tree's body began to shrink. Its bark also began to change, turning into human skin. Finally, it turned into a bald old man with a burly figure. Oh my! This old man actually turned into a human. The old tree couldn't believe it, and touched it with its hands. However, it only had the appearance of a human. Beneath its skin was plant tissue. However, the old tree was now an immortal existence. "Grandpa Tree, how do you feel?" Luo Luo hurriedly went up to the old tree and intimately held its arm. With Luo Luo's height of 165 meters, she didn't even reach the old tree's shoulder. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian also checked the Divine Wood Seal skills. After the old tree was refined into a treasure, it would live and die together with Yi Xian. In addition to being able to transform into a human, it also had 3 additional skills. The first skill was called Divine Wood Prison, which was the one the old tree used before. However, its effect was greatly improved and its cooldown time was 1 day. The second skill was called Wild Python Sweep, which extended countless sharp vines to attack. Its cooldown time was 3 days. Judging from its cooldown time, this skill's power was probably not small. As for the third skill, it was called Nurture, which could increase the growth rate of heaven and earth treasures. Its cooldown time was 1 day. A control skill, an attack skill, and a support skill. This was the Divine Wood Seal. Immediately, Yi Xian stored the old tree into the planting space, and then let him use Nurture. Immediately, the old tree took root in the planting space, and a mysterious energy flowed through its roots into the ground. Some of the heaven and earth treasures that had yet to mature directly bloomed, and even the seedlings that had just been planted began to grow rapidly. The Nurture skill could be used once a day, and the effect of one use was actually equivalent to a month's growth of these heaven and earth treasures. Almost all of the heaven and earth treasures could mature after one use of Nurture. In other words, Yi Xian could harvest a large portion of them in 1 day. How awesome! Not bad, not bad. This is a really good skill. Yi Xian was very satisfied. A single harvest of heaven and earth treasures was worth about 50,000 fortune pills. This was a steady source of income. Even if Yi Xian slept with him for a day, he would still have an income. Moreover, if the old tree's level increased in the future, or if the level of the planting space increased, then he would be able to plant even higher level heaven and earth treasures. In a single day, he would be able to harvest 100,000 fortune pills, 200,000 fortune pills, or even 1 million fortune pills. In short, he could have a steady stream of income. At this moment, what he wanted the most was to try out the Divine Wood Prison and the Berserk Python Sweep. However, the former required a cooldown of 1 day, while the latter required a cooldown of 3 days. Therefore, he couldn't use it recklessly. It was better to use it when necessary. Little young master, come, break my heart of the devil tree for me to see, the old tree suddenly said to Yi Xian excitedly. He wanted to see if he was truly immortal. All right. Yi Xian didn't waste any more time. He drew his sword and slashed at the old tree's heart of the demon tree. Azure Sun Break. The old tree was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. The defense of his bark was extremely tough. Yi Xian's attack probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense so easily. However, the old tree could freely control his own body. Therefore, he broke through the defense and exposed the devil tree's heart to the air. Bang! Crack! With a crisp sound, the old tree's heart of the demon tree directly shattered and turned into nothingness. Originally, the old tree wouldn't have exposed the devil tree's heart no matter what. However, things were different now. The devil tree's heart was destroyed, but he didn't die. It was simply a miracle. Haha, this old man is actually immortal. The old tree couldn't help but laugh loudly. He once again transformed into his human form. He also knew that Yi Xian had a third doppelganger on some low-level continent. As long as Yi Xian's 3 doppelgangers didn't die, then he wouldn't die either. He could live forever and continue to grow. In the future, he could even rise to the Heaven Ascension realm. The Heaven Ascension realm had the ability to reach the heavens. Even he, an old piece of wood who had lived for 1,000 years, didn't dare to think about it. Not to mention the Heaven Ascension realm, he didn't even dare to think about the Fragmentation realm before. Now, that might not be the case anymore. Young master, what do we do next? Luo asked again. You're about to break through. Continue cultivating. This time, I'm going to Flying Sand City to find the other Eye of Myriad Forms, answered Yi Xian. Oh right. There's something about this Eye of Myriad Forms in my inherited memories. Luo suddenly remembered something. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He asked, what is it? Luo began to explain. In this world, there are many eyes with special abilities. For example, my Eye of Charm, the Eye of Death, the Eye of Reincarnation, and so on. This Eye of Myriad Forms is one of them. This Eye of Myriad Forms can be born from life, such as humans and Heaven Ascension beasts. Can also be born from the beast race. If one's realm reaches a certain level, this Eye of Myriad Forms can be used to cross space and kill people. After hearing this, Yi Xian nodded slightly. It seemed that he had found something good. However, this eye originally came in a pair. He only had one, so he had to get the other one. All right, I'm going to Flying Sand City now. said Yi Xian. Relying on the senses of the Death Hunt command, he felt that the Shen Ming duo demons had stopped. Perhaps they were resting or doing something else. Therefore, if he took the opportunity to put in more effort, he might be able to catch up. Immediately, he rushed to Flying Sand City. Now that Wei Xintian had reached the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm, he directly transformed into a heavenly dragon and hurried on his way. He was much faster than the snow wind demon spirit condor. In addition, Yi Xian brought the 2 5th stage fulfillment realm experts, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion, and constantly used the power of myriad forms to support them. In just one day, he arrived at Flying Sand City. Flying Sand City was built in a desert oasis. Behind Flying Sand City was the Desert of Despair. It was said that no one could come out from there. Yi Xian landed outside Flying Sand City, then broke through the void and sent Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion away. He then brought Luo Luo and Old Tree into Flying Sand City. Wow! This Flying Sand City is different from the other cities. After entering Flying Sand City, Luo Luo couldn't help but open her eyes wide. In other human cities, it was rare to see the beast race. However, in Flying Sand City, the beast race could be seen everywhere. Demonic snake race, ferocious tiger race, giant elephant race, scorpion race. Yi Xian glanced around and found many beast race. Could this Flying Sand City be the gathering place of the beast race? Not only that, the atmosphere of Flying Sand City was different from other places. It was a bit like the Western region in ancient times. You can walk around. I'll go take a look at the City Lord Mansion. Chapter 1281. If Luo Luo was alone, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be at ease. However, Old Tree was already at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. With him around, there wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Flying Sand City also had experts at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, so Yi Xian still had to be careful. Lu Tiangong's ex-wife had remarried into Flying Sand City's City Lord Mansion and become the City Lord's wife. It had been a few years now. Therefore, Yi Xian went directly to the City Lord Mansion this time and prepared to seize the Eye of Myriad by force. At the same time, he also wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the Shen Ming duo. However, after arriving at Flying Sand City, he felt that the Shen Ming duo wasn't far from him. The Shen Ming duo might be in the Desert of Despair behind Flying Sand City. He had to admit that Flying Sand City was very strong. Along the way, Yi Xian felt many powerful auras. 4th and 5th level fulfillment realm experts could be seen everywhere. This Flying Sand City's City Lord might not only be at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. I heard that he might already be at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked. However, with his current realm, he wasn't afraid of the City Lord. However, just as he was about to reach the City Lord Mansion, Luo Luo's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Young master, come quickly, we're in trouble." Luo Luo shouted somewhat anxiously. "What?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised and hurried in Luo Luo's direction. Relying on the connection between him and Luo Luo, he quickly found Luo Luo and Old Tree. At this time, Luo Luo and Old Tree were surrounded by a group of people. The leader was a young man around 30 years old. 3 5th-level fulfillment realm experts? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. In addition, there were several 4th-level fulfillment realm guards around them. It seemed that this young man's identity was very unusual. "Kid, what are you doing?" Seeing Yi Xian suddenly fall from the sky, one of the guards hurriedly intercepted him. "You dare to stop me with just you?" Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he directly used the Eye of Control to control him. Tap! Yi Xian landed in front of Luo Luo. "Young master." Luo Luo hurriedly went up to hold Yi Xian's arm. "Young master." Hearing this, the young man in the lead raised his brows and said, "This little fox is your maidservant? She's my little sister. What's wrong?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This young man was actually an expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian could guess his identity based on this fact alone. Younger sister? The leader was stunned. Luo Luo had clearly called Yi Xian young master just now. How could they be siblings? Furthermore, why was one of the siblings a human and the other a fox? I've F***ked Catwoman, Snake Woman, Tiger Woman, and even the Elephant Clan, but I've never F***ked a little fox. I can see that she is still a virgin. You can name a price however high it is. The young man in the lead spoke in an arrogant manner. In this flying sand city he could walk sideways. No one dared to provoke him. Name a price? If I were to take a fancy to your mother, would you name a price? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes again and retorted with sharp words. What did you say? The leader's eyes widened. He thought he had misheard. Yi Xian dared to speak to him like this. This was an insult to his mother. Trash. Do you know who he is? Suddenly, a fifth-level fulfillment realm expert stepped forward and pointed at Yi Xian's nose. Who? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. Huang Chengyi, the young city lord of Flying Sand City, the grandson of the city lord. The fifth-level fulfillment realm expert replied. As expected, Yi Xian's heart trembled. This young man in the lead was indeed the young city lord of Flying Sand City. But so what? So it's the young city lord. I've heard so much about you. However, do you think you can act arrogantly in front of me just because you're the young city lord? The corner of Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. The old tree was a heaven-reaching beast. Now that he was in human form, he looked easy to bully. The reason why he didn't make a move was because this was the city. He was waiting for Yi Xian to come. Before that, he just needed to protect Luo Luo. You dare to offend me? Even if you have a great background, you won't be able to leave Flying Sand City. Huang Chengyi snorted coldly. Is that so? With just the three of you at the fifth level of the fulfillment realm? Yi Xian had an extremely disdainful expression. It seems that you do have some background. However, none of the women Huang Chengyi, have ever been able to escape. Huang Chengyi's eyes suddenly turned cold. If it wasn't for the fact that Flying Sand City was filled with crooks and experts, and his father repeatedly warned him not to cause trouble, he would have already attacked. Now, his mother was insulted by Yi Xian. How could he just let it go like this? Is that so? Yi Xian still looked calm. Not only that, even Luo Luo looked very relaxed. She believed in Yi Xian. After all, she had watched Yi Xian grow step by step until now. Even a reincarnator had died at the hands of Yi Xian. What was a mere Huang Chengyi to him? This brat only knows how to think about lewd things all day long. Young master, let me do it. Old Tree couldn't watch anymore and took a step forward. Although he was a treant, he already treated the clever and cute Luo Luo as his own granddaughter. Before Yi Xian came, he didn't make a move. Now that Yi Xian's attitude was very clear, he naturally had to show off his skills. Old Tree, don't hold back, Yi Xian said in a low voice. All right. Old Tree walked forward. Seeing this, a fifth-stage fulfillment realm expert also walked forward. At the same time, he said in a threatening tone, Old man, I will pluck your head off and hang it on the city wall to rot. This is the first time this old man has been threatened by a human. Old Tree snorted coldly. As expected, the surrounding people trembled in their hearts. They could all see that this bald old man wasn't simple. He was able to remain so calm even when surrounded by so many people. He was clearly not an ordinary person. Just now, some people guessed that he was a snake demon or a demon. Old Baldy, you court death. The fifth-stage fulfillment realm expert let out a low cry and charged toward Old Shu with his bare hands. He was very fast, faster than 95% of the people present. Only a dozen or so people who were watching the show could see his figure. Among them was the Old Tree. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Old Tree. Then, he reached out with his right hand like a claw and prepared to twist Old Tree's head off. But at this time, Old Tree moved even faster and grabbed his opponent's throat. Crack! With a crisp sound, the martial practitioner at the fifth level of the fulfillment realm had his throat snapped and his head plucked off from his body. Instant kill. This fifth-stage fulfillment realm martial practitioner was instantly killed. The whole place was dead silent. Old Tree was at the sixth stage of the fulfillment realm. Add to that the boost from Yi Xian's beast god bloodline, it wasn't too difficult for him to kill a fifth-stage fulfillment realm martial practitioner. Yi Xian had imagined this scene in his mind a long time ago. Chapter 1282. Young Master. At this time, the old tree directly threw the corpse to Yi Xian. The latter quickly took off the universe ring and put away the corpse. It was only now that the surrounding people reacted. "How dare you kill a reverend of the city lord's mansion?" Another middle-aged man at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm shouted. At the same time, he also saw that the old tree was at least at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he had no choice but to use the Flying Sand City Lord's mansion. What bullshit City Lord's mansion? If this old man was afraid, would he kill someone here? The old tree snorted coldly. When the surrounding people heard this, they nodded. Indeed, if the old tree was afraid of the City Lord's mansion, he probably would have just handed Luoluo over. But now, not only did Yi Xian scold Huang Qingyi, the old tree even killed a reverend of the City Lord's mansion. He obviously did not care about the City Lord's mansion. Where did these 3 people come from? At this time, Huang Qingyi also felt that he had provoked an expert. He guessed that the old tree was a demon. The true form of a demon was the strongest. However, the old tree could kill a 5th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioner instantly without transforming into his true form. If he transformed into his true form, wouldn't he be even stronger? The old tree was originally a heaven-piercing beast, but after being refined into a treasure, he was considered a demon. In human form, his combat strength naturally could not compare to his true form. If he transformed into his true form with the beast god bloodline and 2 combat skills, he should be able to fight a 7th-level fulfillment realm expert. This was why Yi Xian did not care about the Flying Sand City Lord's mansion. You just wait." Huang Qingyi was a little scared. A 5th-level fulfillment realm expert had his head ripped off by the old tree. This strength was enough to kill all of them. "You want to leave?" The old tree immediately shot forward and reached out with both hands. In the blink of an eye, the other 5th-level fulfillment realm expert's head was twisted off as well. The old tree was a strength type. Even in human form, his strength was far greater than a normal person's. In the blink of an eye, Huang Qingyi was the only one left among the 3 5th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioners. "Go, go!" Huang Qingyi hurriedly shouted when he saw the other party charging at him menacingly. However, the 6 4th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioners beside him stood there like wooden dummies. After all, they were under Yi Xian's control. "Since you are the grandson of the Flying Sand City's City Lord, then I can easily enter the City Lord's mansion by controlling you," Yi Xian thought to himself. He immediately used the Scorching Hell and the Eye of Control on Huang Qingyi. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Yi Xian was taken aback by the 3 consecutive system notifications. "Young master, let me help you," Luoluo muttered as her eyes turned pink. However, her charm did not have much effect on Huang Qingyi. How is this possible? She's only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Why can't she control the illusion when she's already in it? Yi Xian could not believe it. Right now, he was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. He was only 1 level below Huang Qingyi. Huang Qingyi was easily trapped in the Scorching Hell, but he could not be controlled by Yi Xian. It seemed that he had some tricks up his sleeve. Eye of Revelation. At this time, Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to examine Huang Qingyi carefully. He found a black dot in the latter's head. "What is that?" Yi Xian looked at it. The black dot was only 1/10 the size of a fingernail. It looked like a crystal, but Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation could not see through it. It seemed that Huang Qingyi could not be controlled because of this black crystal. If I can't control him, then I can't enter the City Lord's mansion. However, if I can hold Huang Qingyi hostage, then the result will be the same. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then gave the order to the 6 4th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioners. Immediately, the 6 of them left behind their interspatial rings and left. The 6 of them went back to report. They have guts, daring to hold Huang Qingyi hostage in Flying Sand City. Are they trying to become enemies with the entire City Lord's mansion? I have to say, these 3 people are not to be underestimated. That bald old man is probably at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. So what if he's at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? I heard that the Flying Sand City Lord has broken through to the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Not to mention, there are 2 6th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners in the City Lord's mansion. They're dead for sure. Let's retreat quickly. There will probably be a big battle later. The surrounding passers-by retreated. How dare you hold me hostage? You're courting death. Huang Qingyi finally broke out of the illusion and cursed loudly. Don't talk nonsense, or this old man will take your head. Old Tree grabbed Huang Qingyi's neck with his hand. At the same time, he took Huang Qingyi's universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian. There must be a lot of good things in the universe ring of Flying Sand City's young city lord, right? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He took the universe ring and examined it. As expected, there were more than 500,000 fulfillment pills inside. He really made a big profit. Just a little more and I can break through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. At that time, even an 8th level fulfillment realm martial practitioner may not be able to kill me, let alone a 7th level fulfillment realm martial practitioner. When he thought of this, Yi Xian subconsciously showed a confident expression. Soon, a group of angry people came from the city lord's mansion. The leader was a middle-aged man at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. Behind him was a woman at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm and a large group of people. Chengyi. After that woman arrived, she immediately opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you holding my son hostage?" The middle-aged man asked in an interrogative tone. "We were just passers-by, but your son threatened me and said that if I didn't hand over my sister to him, I wouldn't be able to leave Flying Sand City. So he has to pay the price for what he said." Yi Xian replied indifferently. "Price?" The middle-aged man turned to look and found that there were bloodstains on the ground, but no corpses. Where were the 2 guards he sent to Huang Qingyi? Did you kill them? The middle-aged man's eyes spat out fire. In Flying Sand City's City Lord's mansion, there were only 2 6th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners and a dozen 5th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. Every 5th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner was a treasure, but now 2 of them were dead. How could he not take revenge? This old one killed them. At this time, the old tree suddenly spoke. The middle-aged man focused his attention on the old tree. He felt that he couldn't see through the old tree. How was this possible? Even demons could use true energy in their human form, but the middle-aged man couldn't sense any true energy from the old tree. What was going on? However, the old tree's situation was very special. He was originally a heaven-reaching beast, and he could only take human form after being refined into a treasure. So, strictly speaking, the old tree couldn't be considered a demon. Chapter 1283. You, let go of my son, or you won't be able to walk out of Flying Sand City, the woman said angrily. Are you kidding? Let him go? Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh and said, I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare 1,000,000 fortune pills. Otherwise, you can take your son's body back. You dare? The middle-aged man shouted in a low voice. Do you think I don't dare? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he took out a long sword and waved it casually. Swish! A crisp sound fell into everyone's ears, followed by an arm flying in the air. This scene happened so suddenly that no one expected it, not even the old tree. Yi Xian's sword had shaved off a bit of Huang Qingyi's hair. If the angle was a bit more flat, Huang Qingyi's head would have been cut off. Huang Qingyi let out a cry of pain as blood spurted out from his severed arm. He grew up in Flying Sand City and walked sideways since he was a child. He had almost never been injured since he started cultivating, so he didn't know what pain felt like. But now, one of his arms had been chopped off? What are you doing? The middle-aged man panicked and almost rushed up. Nothing, just a greeting gift. Yi Xian circulated his true qi and threw the severed arm to the middle-aged man's feet. He was not a simple character. His character was vengeful. If it wasn't because Huang Qingyi was still useful, he would have killed him directly. Using the word ruthless to describe Yi Xian was the most appropriate word. Boy, you're the first person to threaten my son in Flying Sand City and dare to ask for such an exorbitant price, the middle-aged man said while gnashing his teeth. I dare to kill him. Do you believe me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Very good. You're the first person to dare to talk to me like this." After the middle-aged man spat out these words with difficulty, he took out a cloth bag from his interspatial ring. Inside it, there were 100 high-grade fortune pills. A high-grade fortune pill was equivalent to 100 middle-grade fortune pills, which was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade fortune pills. 100 high-grade fortune pills was equivalent to 1,000,000 low-grade fortune pills. The middle-aged man threw the cloth bag to Yi Xian and said, "Let him go." Only a future city lord like him could take out 1,000,000 fortune pills so casually. Yi Xian chuckled as he received the cloth bag and directly put it into his devouring space. His goal had finally been achieved. Ding! The host breakthrough. Without another word, Yi Xian directly swallowed the 1,000,000 fortune pill. Instantly, his aura expanded by 2 times. The middle-aged man was startled when he sensed the change. Breakthrough? Impossible! He must have deliberately suppressed his cultivation just now. To break through. The 5th level of the fulfillment realm was Yi Xian's current realm. He no longer feared anyone in Flying Sand City. T2. Fine, let him go. Huang Qingyi was freed from his shackles. He immediately ran to his father. At the same time, the middle-aged man yelled, "Kill them!" As expected, the other party wanted to kill them after they were safe. However, the current Yi Xian no longer placed these people in his eyes. "Young master, leave the 6th stage fulfillment realm 1 to me." Old Tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. "All right." Yi Xian nodded. He'd leave the others to him. Immediately, the middle-aged man and the woman charged over. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was in a hurry. He didn't want to waste any more time. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Yi Xian attacked without hesitation. His target was Huang Qingyi's mother. In the blink of an eye, the 5th stage fulfillment realm woman was devoured by the Flame Dragon and turned to ashes. In a situation of the same level, the only ones that could make Yi Xian fear them were the 3 reincarnators. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. His wife was an expert at the 5th stage of the fulfillment realm. How could she be instantly killed by Yi Xian, who was also at the 5th stage of the fulfillment realm? However, he didn't have time to feel sad because Old Tree instantly transformed into his true form and punched him. Boom! Even an expert at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm would be severely injured by Old Shoe's full-powered punch. The middle-aged man was stunned by the punch. Many of his bones were broken. They were both at the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm, so why was the gap between them so big? These City Lord Manor higher-ups all have that black crystal in their heads. What is it? Yi Xian was puzzled. He quickly rushed over and took the dead woman's universe ring and the undamaged black crystal. As for the others, they were all killed by a flash of white light. Naturally, this white flash was Luo Luo. However, these 4th stage fulfillment realm guards didn't have a black crystal in their heads. Among the people present, only Huang Qingyi and his parents had one. Old Tree, capture him. Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eyes and immediately said, "No problem." Old Tree responded. A large number of branches extended from his body and grabbed the middle-aged man. "Father?" Huang Qingyi saw that even his 6th stage fulfillment realm father was captured and was immediately scared witless. He prepared to run away. However, the moment he turned around, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. "What is this thing?" Yi Xian held the strange black crystal in his hand and asked. I don't know. Huang Qingyi was so scared that he didn't have any temper left. He hurriedly shook his head. If he was under Yi Xian's control right now, then Yi Xian would naturally believe him. However, Yi Xian couldn't control Huang Qingyi because he also had the black crystal in his head. Naturally, he wouldn't believe him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the middle-aged man and asked again, "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me what this is or he will die." Hearing Yi Xian's threatening tone, the middle-aged man gnashed his teeth in hatred. He saw his wife being killed by Yi Xian. How could he possibly answer Yi Xian's question? "Kill me if you want," the middle-aged man shouted angrily. Hearing this, Huang Chengyi immediately said, "Father, don't. I don't want to die. You gave this to me. Hurry and tell him. Don't be afraid. Your grandfather will avenge us." The middle-aged man said through gritted teeth. This time he had fallen. However, he didn't fall at the hands of Yi Xian, but at the hands of Huang Chengyi. If Huang Chengyi wasn't used to being bullied, how could he have provoked such a person? However, there was no room for negotiation now. "All right, as you wish." Chapter 1284. "Stop!" A shout rang out at the same time. However, Yi Xian wouldn't stop even if the heavenly emperor were to descend. "Rip!" A crisp sound rang out. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Huang Chengyi's head flew into the air. Yi Xian actually killed him just like that? The surrounding people originally thought that Yi Xian was just making a simple threat. After all, Huang Chengyi was the young city lord of Flying Sand City. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually kill him? Of course, a large portion of the crowd didn't think that Yi Xian was joking. After all, Huang Chengyi's mother had already been killed. To be able to cultivate to this level, apart from the rich kids who hadn't experienced life and death situations, almost everyone could see that Yi Xian was a ruthless character. Since he dared to kill a direct descendant of the city lord's mansion in Flying Sand City, he definitely had a powerful background. However, while the crowd was still in shock, a white-haired old woman entered their sight. Another sixth stage of the fulfillment realm? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, when he focused his eyes, he discovered that this old woman's right eye was a little special. It seemed that he had met the right person. This white-haired old woman was probably Lu Tiangong's ex-wife who had remarried to Flying Sand City. She was also the person who possessed the all-encompassing right eye. At the same time, she was also the purpose of Yi Xian's trip. "My grandson." After the white-haired old woman arrived, she murmured resentfully. Then, she focused her gaze on Yi Xian. Immediately, a surge of all-encompassing power trapped Yi Xian. The insignificant skill. Yi Xian chuckled and directly extinguished this surge of all-encompassing power. At the same time, he gave this white-haired old woman a greeting gift. "What? You can use the all-encompassing power from afar?" The white-haired old woman was shocked. Why did Yi Xian know this too? Only someone with the all-encompassing eye could use the all-encompassing power from afar. However, Yi Xian didn't have the all-encompassing eye. How did he do it? "I've already taken Lu Tiangong's left eye. My goal this time is your right eye." After Yi Xian finished speaking coldly, he turned to the middle-aged man who was trapped by the old tree's branches and said, "Hand over your right eye and I'll spare your lives on account of Lu Tiangong." Lu Tiangong had already become his servant, so Yi Xian had decided to let him off and not haggle with the Huang family. After all, Luo was her reverse scale. It wasn't easy for the extremely protective Yi Xian to say such words. "Lu Tiangong? You killed him?" The white-haired old woman's body trembled, and her eyes widened. Although she couldn't stand Lu Tiangong and remarried, Lu Tiangong was her ex-husband after all. "No, he's alive and well." "Alive?" Hearing this, the white-haired old woman secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But then again, Yi Xian had killed his grandson. How could he not take revenge? "You killed my grandson, so I'll take your life." The white-haired old woman didn't say anything else and charged at Yi Xian with her sword. But halfway through, a scream suddenly came from the side, causing her to stop. "Don't move, or your son will be sucked dry of blood," Yi Xian warned. The middle-aged man was trapped by the old tree, but the old tree had already stabbed its branches into the middle-aged man's body and sucked his blood. If the old tree wanted to, the middle-aged man would be sucked dry of blood in a second and die. "What do you want?" The white-haired old woman gritted her teeth. She was so angry just now that she forgot that her son was still in the enemy's hands, so she immediately stopped. The 6th level of the fulfillment realm was nothing to Yi Xian, who was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. If Yi Xian attacked, this white-haired old woman wouldn't live for more than 3 seconds. However, the reason why Yi Xian hadn't made a move yet was because of Lu Tiangong. Of course, there were 2 other reasons. First, Yi Xian was afraid of accidentally damaging the white-haired old woman's eye of myriad forms. Second, The white-haired old woman also had that kind of black crystal in her head, so Yi Xian wanted to know what it was. Hand over your eye of myriad forms, and tell me what this is. Yi Xian opened his hand, revealing 2 black crystals in his palm. One belonged to Huang Qingyi and the other belonged to his mother. The eye of myriad forms, impossible, the white-haired old woman said with a livid expression. How could she not know the benefits of the eye of myriad forms after so many years? If you can't even meet the first requirement, then forget it. Yi Xian said slowly and looked at the old tree. The old tree immediately understood and increased the sucking effect. In 3 seconds, he will become a dried corpse, Yi Xian said. The white-haired old woman wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. However, all of this was caused by the Huang family. Otherwise, Yi Xian would only come to take this eye of myriad forms and give her a fake eye. Should she hand over the eye of myriad forms? If she didn't hand it over, her son would die at the hands of the old tree. If she handed it over, how could she face her dead grandson and daughter-in-law? The white-haired old woman hesitated for a second, then made a decision. She would hand over the eye of myriad forms first, then let her husband take it back and kill Yi Xian to avenge Huang Qingyi and his mother. All right, I'll give it to you. The white-haired old woman made her decision and took out her right eye. The eye of myriad forms wasn't originally hers. She had dug out her right eye and installed it, then connected it with her qi. Fortunately, Yi Xian was only using it to devour, not to install it for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done so. The white-haired old woman took out her right eye and threw it to Yi Xian. Very good. Yi Xian grinned and took the eye of myriad forms, then devoured it. Ding! The host has devoured 1 eye of myriad forms. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian felt that his strength of all creations had increased significantly. If the strength of all creations increased by 1 eye of myriad forms was considered 1, then 2 eyes of all creations wasn't 2 but 3 because they were a pair. Yi Xian only felt that the distance he could use his Wanxiang force from afar had increased by 2 times. This was the effect of being paired. Ding! The host has devoured a pair of eyes of myriad forms. The Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline has advanced once. Another system notification sounded, catching Yi Xian off guard. The Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline had advanced once? That was great. The effects of the Eye of Nirvana, the Eye of Glory, the Eye of the Void, and the other heavenly eyes had all improved. Even the fused skill, Scorching Hell, was the same. What a windfall, what a windfall. Very good. Now you can answer another question. Yi Xian couldn't hide his joy. He glanced at the 2 black crystals in his hand and said to the white-haired old woman. The white-haired old woman thought that Yi Xian was so happy because he had obtained the eye of myriad forms. She paused for a moment, then answered, My husband gave this to me. He said that it can increase the strength of one's soul and cultivation speed after consuming it. Chapter 1285. Then, did you really improve? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, but I have a dream every night. I dream that I am kneeling in front of a giant black scorpion and chanting some incantations. The white-haired old woman said truthfully. What is this? After hearing this, Yi Xian also felt that it was inconceivable. To have the same dream every night. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Young master, I've heard of this thing. At this time, Luo Luo suddenly said in Yi Xian's mind. After all, she had inherited memories. What? Yi Xian asked curiously. This black crystal should be a type of faith crystal. This thing should be made by the giant black scorpion in the dream. After this black crystal is swallowed and refined, the person will believe in the black scorpion. Then, an endless stream of faith power will be transmitted to the black scorpion. After the black scorpion receives the faith power, it will feedback it to the believer, increasing their cultivation speed and soul strength. Luo Luo explained. There's such a thing. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to devour this black crystal, but now it seems that he had to ask clearly before doing so. Based on my inherited memories, I can roughly guess what that black scorpion is. It should be the Cthulhu, the ancestor of the scorpion race. It used to continuously spread the Cthulhuism religion to increase the faith power. Luo continued. Cthulhu? After hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but tremble. He didn't know whether there was a god or not, but if it dared to call itself a god, then it probably had a strong background. After all, Luo's inherited memories contained the Cthulhu's memories. It seemed that it wasn't an ordinary person. However, Yi Xian finally understood what this was. He immediately put away the 2 black crystals. He guessed that this flying Sand City City Lord was related to the Cthulhuism religion. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Let them go, the white-haired old woman shouted. Yi Xian's eyes turned and signaled the old tree to let them go. He was not a person who would go back on his word. Since the other party had already fulfilled his 2 requirements, he naturally could not kill the hostage. The old tree immediately let go of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was already covered in wounds, and there were dozens of bloody holes on his body. If he had been 2 seconds slower, he would have been sucked dry by the old tree. Yi Xian watched as the middle-aged man approached the white-haired old woman. In his heart, he wondered if the white-haired old woman would attack. Just now, he had already warned her once. If this white-haired old woman attacked him again, he would have no choice but to be ruthless. Mother, he killed Chang'e and Lan. Kill him. The middle-aged man, who had just escaped from danger, shouted angrily. The white-haired old woman was also hesitating because she felt that Yi Xian and the old tree were not to be trifled with. Although the middle-aged man was also at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, he was currently heavily injured and probably only had 60 to 70% of his combat strength left. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to do anything to Yi Xian. Don't worry. Just now, I used a special method to contact your father. He will be here soon. The white-haired old woman said in a low voice. The middle-aged man's father was Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming. He had already broken through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. However, Flying Sand City's city lord Huang Ming was currently receiving an important guest, so he had not yet arrived. Important guest? The middle-aged man was stunned. What kind of important guest could make his father receive him personally? Seeing that the white-haired old woman and the middle-aged man did not seem to want to attack, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, Since the 2 of you do not want to take revenge, then we will take our leave first. In truth, he did not want to leave. He was just setting a trap for the other party. He had seen the white-haired old woman's small actions just now. He also knew that the white-haired old woman was notifying Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming. Therefore, if he left now, the other party would think that he was afraid and attack. Simply put, he was baiting the other party to attack. Bastard, you think you can leave after killing my son? Stay. Before the white-haired old woman could speak, the middle-aged man roared and attacked Yi Xian with his bare hands. After the old tree captured him, he had already taken his interspatial ring, so he did not have a weapon. I fell for it. The moment Yi Xian turned around, he heard the sound of wind. He immediately circulated all of his true energy and 10,000 mammoth strength and slashed with his sword. Eye of Glory. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's peerless slash. Although the glorious golden armor did not appear, it was not necessary to use the Eye of Glory to activate it. Once the set was successfully refined, it would already be effective. The set was only used to defend and protect one's life. In an instant, the flame dragon roared and swallowed the middle-aged man. The white-haired old woman's heart trembled, and she hurriedly attacked. However, at this time, she remembered that she no longer had the Eye of Myriad Mammoths, so she could not use 10,000 mammoth strength from a distance. Therefore, she could only watch as one of her sons turned into ashes. I'll kill you. The white-haired old woman finally could not hold back anymore. I gave you a chance to live, but you did not cherish it. Since that is the case, then you can go on your way. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he instantly split into 2. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon's Sword Array. At the same time, the old tree's figure flashed, and he flanked the white-haired old woman from behind. The white-haired old woman also had the faith crystal in her body, so her cultivation speed was much faster. Therefore, she was about to break through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, the peak of the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. She was twice as strong as her son. Even without the eye of myriad mammoths, she was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, her opponents were Yi Xian and the Old Tree. Twin Dragon Roar. Piercing Strike. Yi Xian and the Old Tree used all of their skills, preparing to insta-kill the white-haired old woman. This piercing strike was the Old Tree's strongest attack without the use of any artifact skills. It could transform his right hand into a thick spike and rapidly thrust it out. At this time, "You dare to behave atrociously in my flying sand city. You are courting death." An explosive shout came from the sky, and at the same time, there was a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. Bang! Yi Xian's twin dragon roar collided with another wave of true energy and exploded. However, the Old Tree's piercing strike was not blocked by the enemy. Rip! The spike formed by the Old Tree's right hand pierced the white-haired old woman's chest and heart. Now, both of Flying Sand City's 6th-level Fulfillment Realm experts were dead. The newcomer was naturally the Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming. His grandson, son, daughter-in-law, and wife were all dead. The Flying Sand City's city lord was probably going to go berserk. Is he really at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. If it was before, he would be somewhat afraid, but now he was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. He was only 2 realms away from the enemy, and he had not used many of his trump cards yet. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 1286. In fact, this group of onlookers would subconsciously retreat when someone died. But they were curious and didn't want to miss this good show, so they didn't leave. Now, Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, came out. So what will the end result be? This group of onlookers was very curious. Will Yi Xian and the Old Tree kill Flying Sand City's city lord? Or will they be beheaded by Flying Sand City's city lord and hung in front of Flying Sand City's city lord? The end result will depend on this battle. You killed my family. I will tear you into pieces. Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, was furious and directly launched an attack at Yi Xian. You came at the right time, you finally came. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This time, he was going to use his ultimate move. At that moment, the Old Tree directly condensed a green wooden seal and threw it into the distance. After this wooden seal flew past Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, it quickly grew, and vines stretched out, wrapping around Huang Ming. At the same time, the Old Tree also held a wooden seal, and countless vines stretched out. The two sides connected, instantly trapping Yi Xian, the Old Tree, and Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, in an airtight encirclement. Magical treasure skill, Divine Wood Prison. Before being refined into a magical treasure, the Old Tree actually also knew the Divine Wood Prison, but after being refined into a magical treasure skill, the Divine Wood Prison's strength was far greater than before. Break for me! Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, didn't react in time and was trapped. He immediately slashed with his sword, ready to break the prison. However, his all-out sword strike was only able to leave a mark on the prison. This magical treasure skill could be used to restrict the enemy, but it could also be used for defense. It was very practical. Flying Sand City's city lord, I will give you a chance. Tell me the whereabouts of the Xian Ming duo demons, and I will spare your life. Yi Xian suddenly opened his mouth and said. The duration of the Divine Wood Prison was a full 10 seconds, which was more than enough for him. Xian Ming duo demons? Hearing this name, Flying Sand City's city lord Huang Ming was somewhat stunned, because this was the first time he had heard of this name. However, he did not associate this name with the 2 people he had escorted before. After all, they were escorted by his wife. Brat, you killed my wife and child. How dare you ask me a question? You're courting death. The Flying Sand City Lord did not say anything and directly rushed towards Yi Xian with his sword in hand. The reason why Yi Xian let the Old Tree use the Divine Wood Prison was because he was afraid that the Flying Sand City Lord would escape. With the Divine Wood Prison, the Flying Sand City Lord would definitely die. Since you don't want to talk, then forget it. Yixian shook his head. Nalan Bing had a death warrant on her, so he didn't have to ask her clearly. Blade Storm. Yixian had already made up his mind to kill Wei Jintian, so he immediately tossed Wei Jintian out. Wei Jintian, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, instantly transformed into thousands of bloody lights that shot toward the Flying Sand City Lord. What? The Flying Sand City Lord was shocked. He paused and hastily blocked. Although he was at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, Wei Jintian was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. In Yi Xian's heart, the Flying Sand City Lord was already a dead man. In the blink of an eye, the Flying Sand City Lord was surrounded by the bloody swords and then ravaged by thousands of bloody swords. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. This system notification undoubtedly proved that the Flying Sand City Lord had been killed by Wei Jintian. The Flying Sand City Lord might have some connection with the Cthulhuism Society, but Yi Xian was not interested in the Cthulhuism Society, so he was too lazy to investigate. In the Divine Wood prison, a figure flew out from the sky. Yi Xian hastily used the Eye of Myriad Forms to collect the corpse. The corpse was thrown into the planting space. As for the Yin and Yang ring and the Faith Crystal, they were collected by Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian checked the other party's Yin and Yang ring, he was shocked. In the Flying Sand City Lord's Yin and Yang ring, other than 2 million worth of wealth, there was also a bag of black faith crystals. Why are there so many? Yi Xian was shocked. From just now until now, including the one in the Flying Sand City Lord's head, he had only obtained a total of 5 faith crystals. But now, there were more than 1,000 faith crystals in this bag. What was going on? If there were so many, why didn't he share them with others, such as the 5th and 4th level Fulfillment Realm guards who died just now? Wait. Just now Lu Tiangong's ex-wife said that the Flying Sand City Lord was receiving an important guest. Could it be? Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed. Could this important guest be a member of the Cthulhuism Society? Was he the one who gave the Flying Sand City Lord so many faith crystals and prepared to distribute them to increase the number of believers? Thinking about it this way, it really was possible. If that was the case, then there was probably another expert in Flying Sand City, and that was the Cthulhuism Society's apostle. He did not know how strong this Cthulhuism Society apostle was. Was he at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm, or 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm? Yi Xian could not guess. However, at this time, there was a sudden explosion outside the Divine Wood prison. Yi Xian looked up and found that a large hole had been blasted open in the Divine Wood prison. Then a figure rushed in. At the same time, Yi Xian's eye of perception also felt an extremely strong aura. The newcomer was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, and behind him was a long and thick scorpion tail. The Scorpion Man race. Boy, you killed him? The black-robed Scorpion Man's eyes flashed as he questioned. That's right. Yi Xian nodded directly with a fearful expression. This was because he felt that this black-robed Scorpion Man should be an expert at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. After hearing Yi Xian's answer, the black-robed Scorpion Man nodded in satisfaction and said, "To be able to cultivate to this level at such a young age, and even kill Huang Ming 2 levels above you, your talent is very good. From now on, you are the Flying Sand City Lord." I am the Flying Sand City Lord? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that the Flying Sand City Lord needed to be appointed? Shouldn't the position be held by the strong? He remembered that Lu Tiangong said that Flying Sand City had existed for a long time, but after the City Lord died and the new City Lord changed, it became stronger day by day. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could be the Flying Sand City Lord. However, he did not want to. I am the Cthulhuism Society Apostle Scorpion Flow. From now on, you will be my spokesperson in Flying Sand City. As the black-robed Scorpion Man spoke, he took out a large faith crystal from his universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian, saying, "Consume this and become the servant of the Cthulhuism god. It will make you stronger." Yi Xian caught the faith crystal and sized it up with narrowed eyes. Chapter 1287. Who is the evil god? Yi Xian pretended not to know anything and asked, "The evil god is the master I worship. He is the ancestor of my scorpion man race. His strength is not something you can imagine. Now that I am giving you this chance, it is your 100 lifetimes of good fortune. You must cherish it, Xia Lu said in a superior tone. Although Yi Xian had killed Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming, who was at the 7th stage of the fulfillment realm, it was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Oh, then what if I don't want to join the evil god society? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked curiously. Then you will have to die here. Xia Lu suddenly erupted with a powerful aura and said in a tough tone, Hurry up. I will give you 3 breaths of time. I still have things to do. 3 breaths of time was enough for people at Yi Xian's level to think. However, Yi Xian did not need to think at all. Asking him to join the evil god society and become the evil god's apostle, what kind of joke was this? If you can catch me, I will join. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. With a thought, the 1,000 blood swords transformed into streaks of blood-colored light that attacked the scorpion stream. Shameless boasting. Since you don't cherish this chance, then die. After Xia Lu finished speaking angrily, he circulated the manifestation power in his body and sent the blood swords flying. Haha! Why don't you try again? Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. Ding, Wei Jintian has broken through. Currently at the 7th stage of the fulfillment realm. The system suddenly notified. Just now, he had devoured the things in Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming's universe ring, which allowed Wei Jintian to break through. Now, Wei Jintian still had a few seconds, so it was possible to kill Xia Lu. Yi Xian knew that if he killed Xia Lu, he might be able to break through to the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm. This Xia Lu must die. Old tree. Prepare to use Mad Python Sweep at any time, Yi Xian hurriedly said in his mind. Okay. Old Shu responded and also charged towards the scorpion stream. Although the cooldown of Mad Python Sweep was 3 days, as long as they could kill Xia Lu, it was worth it even if it took 10 days. The 2 treasures and Yi Xian attacked Xia Lu together, but the latter was an 8th stage fulfillment realm expert and did not put them in his eyes. Petty tricks. Die! Xia Lu shouted, and the black scorpion tail behind him suddenly extended and stabbed towards Old Shu. The speed of this attack was even faster than Old Shu's piercing strike. Old Shu's heart of the demon tree was instantly pierced. And Yi Xian's face darkened as he felt an enormous pressure. He wondered if the divine tree of life's bloodline would be effective if the attack hit him. Would he be turned into ashes like the old tree? Fortunately, the old tree had been refined into a treasure and had an immortal body. Even if his heart was pierced or his entire body was turned into ashes, he would not die. At that moment, Yi Xian summoned him once again, and his foothold was behind the scorpion flow. How dare you kill me? Take this. Old Tree's violent temper suddenly showed, and he directly used his strongest attack. Mad Python Sweep. Immediately, countless sharp thorns extended from the Divine Wood Prison and stabbed at Xia Lu. Mad Python Sweep could be used by the Old Tree himself, but it could also be used together with the Divine Wood Prison. Of course, the effect would be better with the Divine Wood Prison. What? Why aren't you dead? Xia Lu was shocked. Just now, he clearly killed the Old Tree, but now, why did the Old Tree suddenly appear again? But now, there was no time for him to think. Scorpion King Armor. Xia Lu circulated all the true qi in his body and condensed it into a shadow. A huge scorpion formed by the power of all things appeared and protected Xia Lu. Puff! 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 However, the power of the Mad Python Sweep was beyond his expectations. Many of the thorns pierced through the scorpion shadow and sank into Xia Lu's body. How dare you hurt me when you're only at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? You're courting death. Xia Lu was furious. Fortunately, he was at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. If he was at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, he would probably have died under this attack. Damn! It's amazing to have a powerful background. This divine ability is probably a top-grade fulfillment divine ability. Yi Xian exclaimed in his heart. Divine abilities were actually divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade divine abilities. Top-grade divine abilities were actually the best of the high-grade divine abilities and were closest to the shattering divine abilities. It was precisely because of this that Xiaolu was not dead. Sword Blade Storm. Kill him, Yi Xian roared in his mind. Scorpion King Armor. Xiaolu once again formed a giant scorpion shadow, but the power of the Sword Blade Storm was even stronger than the Mad Python Sweep. This giant scorpion shadow instantly collapsed, and thousands of blood swords swept past. Then Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. This meant that Xiaolu was already dead. However, even without this system notification sound, Yi Xian could see that. After all, Xiaolu's body was already riddled with holes, and even his head had been pierced several times. This Xiaolu was not Yi Xian. If he still did not die like this, then Yi Xian might as well kill himself by smashing his head against a wall. What Cthulhuism society, pooh! Yi Xian could not help but curse. However, this could not be blamed on the Cthulhuism society for being too weak. It was because he was too strong. When he used his trump cards, not many people could stop him. The reason why the Sword Blade Storm and the Mad Python Sweep were so powerful was because Yi Xian had consumed a large amount of killing intent and used killing intent explosion. Just these two moves had consumed half of his killing intent. However, after Xiaolu died, his killing intent increased instead of decreasing. It was definitely worth it. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected Xiaolu's corpse and universe ring. He also took out the faith crystal in Xiaolu's head. Let me see how many good things you have. Yi Xian began to explore Xiaolu's universe ring excitedly. However, to his disappointment, there was nothing in Xiaolu's universe ring except for a few thousand faith crystals. In total, there were only about 300,000 fulfillment pills. He was really poor. Damn, you are at least at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm and an apostle of the Cthulhuism society. How can you be so poor? How can you face your Cthulhuism god? Yi Xian could not help but curse. He had used his trump card to kill the opponent, but he did not expect to lose so much. It seemed that Xiaolu had come out to wantonly distribute faith crystals, which was to expand faith. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head. However, at this moment, young master, you can give these faith crystals to me. I have a way to purify them. After purification, you can use them. Chapter 1288. What? Little girl, you have a way? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, I can absorb the purified faith crystal. It will be much faster than using natural treasures to cultivate, Luo Luo replied. At this time, Yi Xian remembered Luo Luo's unique, heavenly loathing fox physique. Besides, Luo Luo was also a beast man like the scorpion men. All right, I'll give you all of these. Yi Xian nodded and put the items into the planting space. He had already tried using the normal devouring method to absorb the faith crystal, but it didn't benefit him much. Now that Luo Luo had a way, he wanted to try again after purifying it. Let me try purifying it first. Luo Luo picked up a faith crystal in the planting space and began to purify it with her own method. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the planting space and found that the black faith crystal slowly turned transparent. In the end, it turned into a transparent crystal. It's purified. Young master, see if you can use it. Luo Luo handed the purified faith crystal to Yi Xian. Yi Xian tried using a special devouring method and found that there was no other benefit. It only increased his cultivation by a little. It's useless to me. Give it to the old tree. Yi Xian shook his head. Luo Luo purified another one. However, the old tree couldn't even absorb it. Therefore, these faith crystals all belong to Luo Luo. If I purify and absorb all of these faith crystals, I should be able to reach the 6th level of the fulfillment realm at least. Luo Luo estimated. She was currently at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. That meant that she could increase her cultivation by 2 levels. This was still within a short period of time. It was indeed much faster than refining natural treasures. All right, then I'll help you get more. Yi Xian nodded with a smile. Originally, he didn't want to get involved with the Cthulhuism society. However, he had no choice but to start investigating for various reasons. First, this scorpion men obviously came from the Desert of Despair because that was where the scorpion men lived. Coincidentally, the Shen Ming duo demons were also in that direction. Second, these faith crystals were useful to Luo Luo. Yi Xian could go and collect them. Therefore, Yi Xian had already formulated a plan in his heart, which was to enter the desert of despair. As for how to investigate, it couldn't be any simpler. Yi Xian just had to use the Eye of Revelation to see who had the faith crystal in their body. Of course, before entering the desert of despair, Yi Xian had to loot the city lord manor. After all, the city lord and his wife had already fallen. Now that the city lord's manor was without a leader, who could stop him? This time, however, Yi Xian was a little disappointed. Because Flying Sand City's city lord Huang Ming had given away a large amount of treasures to the Cthulhuism Society, the city lord's mansion was now very poor. Forget it. Let's just enter the desert of despair. Yi Xian sighed. He then passed through Flying Sand City and entered the desert of despair. However, after he left Flying Sand City also became noisy. The city lord of the 7th stage fulfillment realm had fallen. The son and wife of the 6th stage fulfillment realm city lord had also died. Therefore, the 5th stage fulfillment realm experts all formed groups and started to fight. As for who was the city lord of Flying Sand City in the end, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to care. His current goal was to find the Cthulhuism Society as soon as possible and then loot the Faith Crystal to help Luo Luo level up. Of course, the most important thing was to find the Xian Ming Duo demons to prevent future troubles. From the map of the Desert of Despair, the Xian Ming Duo demons seemed to be in the Desert of Despair as well. Yi Xian sat on the back of Wei Jintian, who had transformed into a sky dragon. He held a map of the Desert of Despair in his hand. The Desert of Despair was an extremely dangerous place. Very few people who entered could come out alive. However, the Scorpion Men lived in the Desert of Despair and were naturally familiar with it. Moreover, the reason why very few people came out alive was mostly because of the Scorpion Men. Xiaolu was a member of the Scorpion Men, but even so, he didn't have a map of the entire Desert of Despair. This map doesn't record the location of the Cthulhuism Society. It seems that I have to investigate. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This map only recorded a few Scorpion Men tribes. The Cthulhuism Society's location was not recorded. However, if the Cthulhuism Society had spread beyond the Desert of Despair, then the tribes in the Desert of Despair should have been assimilated. In that case, Yi Xian could start his investigation from these tribes. He immediately rode the 7th level fulfillment realm Wei Jintian towards a Scorpion Man tribe. Riding the 7th level fulfillment realm Wei Jintian, Yi Xian only spent an hour to arrive at the first Scorpion Men tribe. Although he didn't know the name of this tribe, it didn't matter because the strongest person was only at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. After arriving, Yi Xian instinctively scanned with the Eye of Revelation. This Scorpion Men tribe wasn't big. There were only 500 people, but almost all of them were in the fulfillment realm. Only the little Scorpion Men were in the Nether Passage realm. Moreover, they all had faith crystals in their bodies. Even the children were no exception. Who is the leader? Come out! Yi Xian's voice spread throughout the entire tribe. Immediately, a 5th level fulfillment realm Scorpion Men expert flew into the air and stood opposite Yi Xian. Human, a mere 5th level fulfillment realm cultivator dares to shout in front of the Black Wind tribe? Who gave you the guts? The Scorpion Men expert said angrily. The Scorpion Men looked very similar to the human race. The only difference was that they had a long scorpion tail. Yi Xian looked at the Scorpion Men expert and glanced at him. As expected, he also had a faith crystal in his head. Eye of Control. He immediately attacked without another word. However, he heard a system notification that he didn't want to hear. Ding! Control failed. They were both at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, and because of the Eye of Myriad Forms, the power of the Eye of Control was increased by a level. However, Yi Xian couldn't control his opponent. What the hell? Kid, you want to control me? Die! The Scorpion Men expert immediately reacted and attacked Yi Xian. Wei Jintian, capture him. Yi Xian gave the order to Wei Jintian. Immediately, the green dragon that Wei Jintian had transformed again, directly transforming into a green giant. Then, with a grab, it grabbed the expert of the Scorpion race. What? The Scorpion Men expert was in disbelief. How did a heavenly dragon suddenly turn into a giant? Moreover, he was instantly captured. Human, what are you doing? Do you want to become enemies with the Black Wind tribe? An old figure floated over from afar. Yi Xian turned around and saw an old Scorpion Men expert leading several Scorpion Men experts over. You are all believers of the Evil God Society, right? Yi Xian didn't beat around the bush. What? Chapter 1289. Tell me how to find the Evil God Society. Yi Xian asked directly again. Humph. What do you want? The Scorpion Man elder's heart shook. He felt that Yi Xian didn't come with good intentions. You don't need to know what I'm going to do. You just need to tell me where the Evil God Society is. Yi Xian said. Although it was just a question, these Scorpion Men were all believers of the Evil God Society. Now that Yi Xian wanted to find the Evil God Society, they naturally wouldn't tell him. Plus, they didn't know. You dare to ask about the Evil God Society's whereabouts? You must be up to no good. You two go and capture him. The Scorpion Man elder said to the 2 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts beside him. Yes, Chief. The 2 5th-level Fulfillment Realm Scorpion Men nodded and immediately rushed toward Yi Xian. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Xian didn't waste time and attacked immediately. His body was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the 2 5th-level Fulfillment Realm Scorpion Men's heads were thrown into the air. Yi Xian didn't need to use divine abilities to deal with martial practitioners of the same level. Bang! At the same time, the Scorpion Man Wei Jintian grabbed was crushed by Wei Jintian. The Scorpion Man elder's eyes turned red when he saw the 3 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts in the tribe who were weaker than him die in an instant. One of them was even his son. He knew that the Black Wind tribe was in great trouble this time, but since they believed in the evil god, they naturally had to fight to the death. All warriors of the tribe, listen to my order and kill the enemy. The Scorpion Man elder shouted and charged toward Yi Xian. Although the Black Wind tribe only had 500 people, there were more than 100 third-level Fulfillment Realm warriors. In an instant, 100 people followed the Scorpion Man elder and charged toward Yi Xian. This evil god society is evil. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he ordered Wei Jintian to attack. Boom! 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 In the sky above the Black Wind tribe, loud noises rang out unceasingly as corpses fell one after another. According to Luoluo, almost all of the people who believed in the evil god had lost their minds and were controlled by the evil god. Once someone spoke ill of the evil god, they would do their best to kill that person. Therefore, the Cthulhuism Society did not exist for long before it was destroyed. In a short span of 3 seconds, Wei Jintian single-handedly swept through the entire Black Wind tribe, killing over 100 Black Wind tribe warriors. The warriors of the Black Wind tribe were at least at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. As for the others, they were not considered combat power. Seeing Wei Jintian take care of all the experts by himself, the group of Black Wind tribe Scorpion Men were shocked. Run! The leader is dead. This human is too cruel. Everyone, run! Human! The evil god will definitely punish you. Just you wait. The moment these scorpions swallowed the faith crystal, they became the slaves of the evil god. Therefore, they believed that the evil god was the strongest in this world. Previously, when the Flying Sand City's city lord and the others consumed the faith crystal, the effect was not as good. It was because the Flying Sand City's city lord was a human. Therefore, at the beginning, it was just a dream for them to subtly influence them. If it was the Scorpion Men who consumed the faith crystal, they would immediately become the most loyal followers. Hearing the angry roars of the Scorpion Men below, Yi Xian directly chose to ignore them. Survival of the fittest. He had long since calmed down. Immediately, he cleaned up the battlefield and kept the yin and yang rings. He left the corpses for their tribesmen to bury. Since he could not ask this tribe, then he would go to the next tribe. After all, Yi Xian's goal this time was to destroy the Cthulhuism Society. Alright, his real goal was the Faith Crystal and the Shen Ming Duo demons. Beside the Black Wind tribe, there was another tribe that was slightly stronger than the Black Wind tribe. Yi Xian rode Wei Jintian and only took 10 minutes to arrive. Similarly, this tribe was also like the Black Wind tribe. Everyone in this tribe had become followers of the Cthulhuism Society and became the Cthulhuism Society's faith power. Just like before, Yi Xian killed all those who wanted to capture him to gain merit. At this speed, I will be able to break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm in a day. On the way to the next tribe, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, on the way, he first heard a system notification. Chapter 1290. No problem. Yi Xian immediately summoned the old tree from the planting space. The old tree didn't have true energy and wasn't a bird, but it could grow a pair of wooden wings to fly. In less than a second, the 3 6th level fulfillment realm experts were killed by the 2 magic treasures one after another. The universe ring also fell into Yi Xian's hands. Berserker tribe, send some capable fighters. The leisurely Yi Xian shouted at the sky. His voice was heard by everyone in the Berserker tribe. This was a provocation to the entire Berserker tribe. No one would dare to do this if they weren't strong enough. Naturally, the 7th level fulfillment realm experts had to move. However, before they arrived, a lot of small fries rushed out. There were more than 100 of them, and they were ready to kill Yi Xian and the others. How dare you cause trouble in my Berserker tribe, human? Die! Humph! Surrender, or you'll suffer. How many years has it been? Finally, a decent human has come. Kill! A group of people roared and charged toward Yi Xian. Noisy! Yi Xian finally couldn't hold back and summoned the double dragon's sword bell. Then, a dragon's roar spread. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, countless people fell from the sky. Other than a few 6th level fulfillment realm experts, everyone else had fainted. Those with lower realms even had their heads blown apart. So strong. The scorpion men at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, 2 figures were already charging toward them from the left and right. Rip! Bang! Boom! After a few sounds, only Yi Xian and the others were left in the sky. However, the group below them wasn't completely dead yet. Fortunately, both the old tree and Megatron could attack groups. The former's body extended countless spikes, while the latter turned into an arrow tower and shot wildly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian was in a good mood when he heard the system notifications. Among these people, the weakest was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, and the stronger ones were at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. With so many killing intent points added together, it was no less than the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. If I can exterminate all the scorpion men in the Desert of Despair, my killing intent value might reach the upper limit again. However, if I want to do that, I have to suppress my realm and not break through. Yi Xian thought to himself. The upper limit of killing intent would increase with the increase of devouring points and realm. Previously, Yi Xian had already exchanged for devouring points, so the upper limit of killing intent had increased by 1 level. However, the Desert of Despair was so big, and there were thousands of tribes. As long as they all went there, not to mention 1, even 2 was possible. At the thought of this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What he lacked the most now was devouring points. If he had devouring points, his combat bloodline, physique bloodline, and support bloodline would be able to fuse and become stronger bloodlines. Just as he was fantasizing, several powerful scorpion men experts charged out of the Berserker tribe. 3 of them were at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. Is the real deal here? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he looked at the 3 scorpion men experts in front of him. These 3 scorpion men at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm were the 3 leaders of the Berserker tribe. Human. Why have you come to our Berserker tribe? The middle-aged man in the lead questioned. Nothing. I just want to find the location of the Evil God Society and exterminate them. Yi Xian shrugged and said. What, you want to exterminate the Evil God Society? What kind of joke is this? A mere 5th level of the fulfillment realm dares to speak so arrogantly. He's dead for sure now. The 3 leaders are on the move, he's dead for sure. The followers of the evil god outside were shouting and yelling. Not only that, the 3 7th level fulfillment realm leaders were burning with anger. They were the most loyal believers of the evil god, so they naturally wouldn't let someone exterminate the evil god society go. Kill, leave no one alive. The Scorpion Man in the lead immediately shouted and charged toward Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, he felt that Yi Xian was perhaps the strongest of the three. Come at me! Yi Xian shouted loudly as he directly used the ice and fire twin dragon sword formation. The other two were left to the old tree and Wei Jintian. These four were all at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, but Yi Xian was very confident in old tree and Wei Jintian. Boy, how dare you disrespect the evil god! Die! The great leader of the Berserker tribe shouted. At the same time, the scorpion tail behind him shot a poisonous spike toward Yi Xian. Child's play. Yi Xian didn't care at all, and his eyes flashed. Eye of decomposition. The broken wing's poisonous spike wasn't big, only the size of an index finger, but the poison on it could paralyze a 6th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast. Unfortunately, the Eye of Decomposition liked small things like this. BZZT. The poisonous spike was disintegrated by Yi Xian with a soft sound and disappeared. You're quite capable. Take this. The great leader of the Berserker tribe attacked again when he saw that his attack had failed. His weapons were 2 giant hammers, and every time he swung them down, they were magnified by the power of 10,000 mammoths. One hit was enough to heavily injure a 6th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast, let alone a 5th-level human like Yi Xian. However, this was only possible if the hammers hit Yi Xian. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. The 2 Yi Xians respectively displayed their growth ability and easily dodged the 2 sledgehammers. Then they spat out dragon breaths from the left and right sides. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. This move could be considered Yi Xian's current strongest attack. Seeing this, the face of the Berserker tribe's great leader sank to the bottom. He didn't expect a 5th-level fulfillment realm human to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Don't underestimate me. The great leader of the Berserker tribe didn't intend to retreat when he remembered that so many tribesmen were watching behind him. He wanted to defeat the Twin Dragon Roar. Skyquake Hammer. The great leader of the Berserker tribe raised the 2 giant hammers above his head and used his true energy and power of 10,000 mammoths to form a square giant hammer shadow. Then he smashed it down. Boom! The giant hammer shadow and the Twin Dragon Roar collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. This move was the great leader of the Berserker tribe. It was a high-grade fulfillment divine ability, and the hammers were powerful to begin with. It actually blocked Yi Xian's attack. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could use his ultimate move whenever he wanted. He didn't need to worry about it at all. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. The 2 dragon breaths, 1 ice and 1 fire, merged to form an extremely powerful dragon breath. It broke through the shockwaves and blasted toward the great leader of the Berserker tribe. What? The great leader of the Berserker tribe was stunned. His reaction was clearly slower, and he was instantly hit by the Twin Dragon Roar. Impossible. I can't die from this attack. Chapter 1291. Fortunately, Berserker tribe's great leader still had many clansmen behind him. They all used the power of 10,000 mammoths on him. An instant later, the Twin Dragon Roar ended, and Berserker tribe's great leader barely survived. If it weren't for those clansmen, Berserker tribe's great leader would have died under that attack. However, this could only prolong his life for a short time. Twin Dragon Roar. Another wave of dragon breath erupted. This time, Berserker tribe's great leader had no chance of surviving. After being swallowed by the dragon breath, he died instantly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. 3 consecutive twin dragon roars and 3 bursts of killing intent had consumed a lot of his true energy and killing intent. However, it was worth it to kill a 7th-level fulfillment realm expert. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced over from the corner of his eye and noticed that Wei Jintian and Elder Shu hadn't finished their battle yet. His 5th level of the fulfillment realm was actually the fastest. Let me see how many good things you have as the great leader of Berserker tribe. Yi Xian used the power of 10,000 mammoths to grab Berserker Tribe's great leader's universe ring and faith crystal. In comparison, Flying Sand City's City Lord Mansion was like a child in front of Berserker Tribe. A total of 5 million prosperity pills. Awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. After consuming so many prosperity pills, Yi Xian finally heard the notification that he had leveled up. 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. He opened another natal palace in his body, and his strength increased by several times. At this time, the group of Berserker Tribe Scorpion men in the distance were dumbfounded. Their great leader, an expert at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, died at the hands of a human at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. This was a challenge that surpassed their level and 2 levels at that. Now that the great leader is dead, I think the 2nd and 3rd leaders. What should we do? Should we attack together? Are you kidding me? Didn't you see that human had a breakthrough? If we charge, we'll die. But if we don't attack, we'll be massacred after the 2nd and 3rd leaders die. Go! When has the Berserker Tribe ever cowered? Kill! Several scorpion men roared at the sky and led hundreds of experts toward Yi Xian. Another bunch who aren't afraid of death. Come. Yi Xian's fighting spirit was already burning. This time, he was going to face hundreds of people by himself. Kill. Yi Xian was like an arrow that had left the bow. He suddenly shot out explosively, and wherever he passed, someone would definitely fall. Although he didn't have a large group attack skill like the Sword Storm or the Berserk Python Sweep, no one was able to block Yi Xian's attack. Double Dragon Sword Bell. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian was thousand dragons, thousand dragon, thousand tribe. Boom! After a few dragon roars, the group of scorpion men experts all fainted. In the end, Yi Xian killed them one by one. The battle only lasted 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, Yi Xian had killed hundreds of Berserker Tribe's experts. At the same time, Old Tree and Wei Xintian's battle was coming to an end. After Yi Xian collected all the universe rings, faith crystals and corpses, Old Tree and Wei Xintian finally finished off their opponents. The morale of the entire Berserker Tribe fell to rock bottom. Right now, all of the Berserker Tribe's experts were at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm or lower. They were no match for Yi Xian, the 3 gods of slaughter. It's over, it's over. Berserker Tribe is done for. The 3 leaders are dead. We're the only ones left. We're going to be swallowed up by the surrounding tribes. Forget about being swallowed up. We might not even survive today. Please save us, evil god. The Berserker Tribe was filled with cries and shouts. However, Yi Xian didn't want to kill them. He didn't want to kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children since he had already killed so many experts. However, when Yi Xian received the 2nd and 3rd leaders' universe rings, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Look, that's the Lord Apostle. The Lord Apostle of the evil god sect has come to save us. Ha ha ha, this human is dead for sure. The Lord Apostle will definitely avenge the leader. For a time, the Berserker Tribe was in an uproar. When Yi Xian heard these voices, he subconsciously turned his head to look. He just so happened to see a scorpion man in a black robe quickly flying towards him. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into his perception range. An evil god apostle? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Traces of killing intent burst out of his eyes. Yesterday, he had encountered an evil god apostle. It was that Scorpion Lu. Today, there was another one. This evil god apostle definitely knew where the evil god society was. However, it wasn't that easy to control an evil god apostle. I must defeat and capture him. Then, I will use the high-efficiency flower to ask him where the evil god society is. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had the Eye of Control, so he didn't need to use the high-efficiency flower. However, this evil god apostle had the faith crystal in his head and couldn't be controlled. Therefore, he could only use special methods to interrogate him. Earlier, Yi Xian had already used the high-efficiency flower. This was still effective against the evil god apostle. However, it wouldn't be that easy to capture this evil god apostle, because this evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. What's going on? The black-robed evil god apostle asked loudly as he got close to Lin Fan. Lord Apostle, this human killed the 3 leaders of our tribe and hundreds of experts. He even said that he would destroy the evil god society. Lord Apostle, please avenge us. Lord Apostle. A group of scorpions from the Berserker tribe shouted. This time, the evil god apostle knew what happened. He turned to look at Yi Xian and said, "How dare you kill the evil god apostle in the evil god society's territory? Not only do I dare to kill the evil god apostle, even if the evil god was here, I would kill him without hesitation." Yi Xian looked as if he wasn't afraid of anything and started to fight with this evil god apostle. "How dare you? Since that's the case, I will capture you and offer you to the evil god as a sacrifice." The evil god apostle shouted angrily and attacked. "I think it's better to use insects as a sacrifice." Yi Xian also ridiculed and went to meet the evil god apostle. This evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. His strength was not to be underestimated. He wasn't someone that Yi Xian could fight against right now.